So if you'd like, may I do a quick blessing?
Yeah, of course.
Imagine around your body a white light. It's called the Christ white light. First thing they'll do in there is make you forget your protections. You have a human ghost, then you have a demonic, and then you have what's called an inhuman demonic. You have 5 of them in the museum behind us. Everything you hear is a trick or a lie to confuse you.
Is there anything you think we should watch out for?
You'll know. You'll know.
I've been waiting years for this opportunity to get into Ed and Lorraine Warren's former home and their museum.
We're gonna see Annabelle tonight.
I mean, we just opened it up. You guys are like the first ones to get the whole house. Like the whole thing. Like, I mean, I've been in there and I've had bags get moved, like pushed off and things like that. Yeah. And we've heard tapping and we've heard huge banging sounds.
I tell everyone, do not touch anything in here.
Do you fear God?
Oh.
Annabelle.
I warned you.
Ed, are you here with us?
Somebody needs to film us.
A warning to viewers before watching the following film. Over the years, after performing over 500 different paranormal investigations traveling across the world, we have heard consistently from thousands of people online that after viewing one of our videos, a spirit has traveled through the screen and appeared in their own home. Viewers that have seen videos from this channel have experienced everything from scratches to knocking, and even on occasion seeing full figures, full apparitions in their homes after viewing footage from the locations that we film these episodes in. I don't know what you believe in, but I do want to warn you all that right behind me is one of the world's most notorious haunted objects. This is the real Annabelle doll. And tonight we are going to be investigating Ed and Lorraine Warren's Occult Museum and their former home. So, if you believe in all this stuff, please be sure to protect yourself. Cover yourself in a white protective light and a good energy. Say a prayer. Do whatever you need to do to protect yourself before viewing the following footage, because this could be our darkest video to date and potentially one of our most dangerous as well. This is a real warning. This isn't for dramatic effect. We care about you guys at home, and I just want you to be safe whenever you consume content like this. Anyways, welcome to the Paranormal Files. This is going to be a video for the books. On tonight's episode of the Paranormal Files, we're at one of the most infamous haunted locations in all of America, and some would say the entire world. Ed and Lorraine Warren's house and their museum of the occult. Inside of this room are 700 of the world's most haunted items, including one of the most famous haunted objects on planet Earth. You might know her by name, and that is Annabelle. So join us tonight as we investigate this extremely important place in paranormal history, and we are some of the first people to ever be granted access to investigate Ed and Lorraine Warren's house itself. I don't even know if Elton has really investigated the house. He told us that he hadn't, so we might be the first to actually do an on-camera investigation there. I am so unbelievably excited, but as always, guys, you know what I say before these videos begin. We don't know if spirits can travel through the screen. If you believe that they can, I might pray. I'm getting a chill right now, actually, weirdly enough. And cover yourself in white light before viewing this footage. I heard something. Anyways, my name's Colin Brown. Welcome to the Paranormal Files. Before we dive into the insane night my family and I just spent inside Ed and Lorraine Warren's actual house and haunted museum, I need to tell you guys about something that's been keeping me healthy and actually feeling good while I've been running around filming these crazy investigations. Between sometimes editing until 3 AM, chasing spirits all night, traveling non-stop, and trying to be a decent husband, cooking healthy food is usually the first thing in my routine to get dropped. I know for a fact that when I get extremely busy, I end up grabbing total garbage just to save time. And then I feel like trash the next day when I need energy the most. That's why, though, I've been obsessed with Factor lately. Factor is a meal service that provides fresh, never frozen, chef-crafted meals that are legitimately delicious. And literally all I do is toss one in the microwave for 2 minutes, and boom, I'm fueled with real food that actually supports the active lifestyle I'm trying to keep up with, instead of derailing it with unhealthy fast food options. Factor just launched their healthiest menu yet, and they seriously doubled the size of it. We're talking 80+ rotating meals every week, way more premium seafood like salmon, shrimp, and barramundi at no extra cost, twice the high protein options with stuff like beef fillets and shredded beef, plus brand new Asian and Mediterranean flavors that don't taste like diet food at all. They even added free protein swaps now. So if a meal has pork and you hate pork, you can swap it out for chicken at zero cost. The other day I had a black bean taco bowl from Factor, and it was honestly so incredible. I was telling Courtney, like, I could not believe that this is a Factor meal. It was so delicious. I ate the entire thing in like 5 minutes. It's just crazy because it feels like a chef-crafted meal, but you can heat it up in the microwave in just a few minutes. I use Factor every week, and you should too. It's a total game changer when life is non-stop like mine. Head to factor75.com or click the link in the description and use my code ParanormalFB50 to get 50% off your first Factor box, plus free breakfast for an entire year. That's code ParanormalFB50 at factor75.com to get 50% off for an entire year. Trust me, your future self will thank you. Anyways, y'all, let's get back to the Warren House investigation. I don't think you're ready to see what we caught. So as we follow the trail of Ed and Lorraine Warren throughout Connecticut, we have arrived to a location here in a very small seaside town called Noank. Now, if you guys come over here, this is super cool. This is an old Victorian home known as the Palmer House. It's a very, very infamous haunted home here in the area. Interestingly, there was actually a newspaper article that referred to this place as the Noank House of Horror, because back in the day, I believe it was abandoned, it was very decrepit. Kids would break into this house and investigate it for paranormal activity, almost like a neighborhood challenge. Who can go spend the night in the old abandoned mansion? As it sat up here alone on this hill. Now, you can see that the place has been restored. It looks absolutely beautiful, but the reason that we're here is because back in the day in April of 1972, Ed and Lorraine Warren were actually pictured, I believe they were standing about right here on the cover of Connecticut magazine. The Connecticut magazine did a whole spread on the Warrens, and they were their story of the month. So Ed and Lorraine were standing right here with a lantern. It was the cover photo for the article, and they discussed how this was one of the cases that they actually handled back in the day. They stopped by this house, investigated at the request of the former owners, and then if we walk down here, stormy winds coming in. Just look at that. God dang, it's creepy. Look at the tree. Yeah, it is. There's another picture of them that's famous where they were standing. There used to be a big fence around this house. Yeah, they probably would have been standing here on this hill. It's just really cool. It's one of those photos that if you study the Warrens and you look them up and you actually read all the media surrounding them, you come across this picture all the time, and there never seems to be any real explanation as to what the photo is of or the house that it's depicting, but it was right here in this small town of Noank, Connecticut. And I do have to say, the house looks haunted. It's just interesting when you go, especially as you're gonna see in this video, as we traverse Connecticut. It seems like the Warrens have left a mark across the entire state. I mean, it's a woven tapestry of haunted locations and legends, and the mark that they left on the paranormal is tangible. But yeah, I think it's super cool to be here and be looking at this, especially since tonight we are going to their museum, and we're gonna be the first ones to see the setup this evening. So
I feel like it's just another like case story. I mean, there was so much mystery at the place we investigated last night. A place that's got glasses just being shattered and like nobody's heard of that. That's unreal. Like, that's prime paranormal evidence, and we were the first people who investigated that. It's like, if that's happening over there and Ed and Lorraine are coming to this house, I can only imagine the things that were happening here.
right.
I mean, but nobody knows about it. I had never heard of this town until yesterday. So it's cool to see places like this. I mean, it's a beautiful house. It reminds me of that house that we did together. That was like
SK Pierce?
Yeah, SK Pierce.
Yeah,
that was so snowy. I love this style of home. It's beautiful.
You got anything?
Wouldn't that be fun to be able to actually investigate in there?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. But just so cool to think that they were actually here. This is one of the spots. And, you know, until you're here in Connecticut, you don't realize so much history and so many hauntings. It's just, it's so fun. And yeah, exciting.
It is exciting, isn't it?
It is.
This is like the middle ground between both the videos that we've done in the past 2 days. We got the Palmer residence and the Warrens here.
And now, tonight, we're going into the mouth of hell.
Is it the mouth of hell? They're a very holy bunch of people.
All those objects.
That's true.
That's true. Annabelle tonight.
Annabelle tonight.
And we'll be sleeping by Annabelle.
Jeff will be sleeping
We're
by
gonna put her
Annabelle.
in his bed.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Well, let's call our getaway driver. It's some cool. So right now we're standing in a very, very infamous cemetery here in Connecticut. This is the Union Cemetery, and according to Ed Lorraine Warren, this is one of the most haunted cemeteries on Earth, and definitely, in their opinion, the most haunted cemetery in the United States. Now, the Union Cemetery, as you can see, is a kind of spooky location. It just has that classic graveyard vibe with the old New England style tombstones and these beautiful leaves and trees behind us. But the biggest legend associated with this cemetery is that of the Lady in White. Now, in the 70s, 80s, 90s, people were seeing this woman in white, her spirit floating throughout the tombstones and on the surrounding roads in this area. Actually, one of the more interesting stories that the Warrens investigated was a story of an actual policeman with people in his car hitting this woman in white, her spirit, while driving on the road. And they felt her body slam into the car. According to the story, the policeman went forward and hit his dashboard with his head, but no one was there. So this ghost was actually physically there, and they struck it and it disappeared. People also claim that if you come over here, behind these woods, or behind this cemetery, I should say, in these woods, they were able to document red eyes. Now, they said that, according to the Warrens, those red eyes belonged to a man named Earl Kellogg. Earl, his body, he was actually killed and his body was burned right across the street from here in the 1930s. They believed that he was the one who was kind of angrily haunting this place. But yeah, tons of different crazy paranormal stories stemming from this cemetery, including even a story of a random person who was here at the cemetery, and they said that a man in a suit with a fedora on got into their car and just entered the vehicle, and they asked him what they were doing and they disappeared. And you can kind of feel it. I gotta say, it's interesting. This cemetery feels, it feels unique. Now I'm just gonna read this to you so I get these details right. There was a magazine article back in the day when they were trying to track down the identity of the alleged woman in white. One article said they believed it was the spirit of a woman named Ellen Smathers, whose husband was murdered by someone named Richard Dean Jason, a man who was infatuated with her and tried to hide her husband's body in a sinkhole near the graveyard. So there's a little bit of a murder story attached to this. There's also another theory that the woman in white could have been Ethel Hutchinson Knott, who plotted her husband's murder in 1920, and she could allegedly be roaming the graveyard looking for a chance to tell her side of the story in an eternal state of remorse. Finally, other people believe that this woman in white could be Harriet Seeley Bryan and Harriet R. Seeley, both of whom died in the mid-1800s. Harriet R. Seeley, whose grave is here, who we could try to find, died after giving birth to a son who also didn't live long. So there's a ton of different people that could be the White Lady according to historians, but tons of people have seen her around here. She's a very, very famous ghost in this area. And the story is also notable because according to the Warrens, according to Ed Warren, in the 1990s when they were investigating the cemetery, he claimed until the day he died that he actually captured a video recording of the White Lady walking through this cemetery. According to the people that have seen that footage, it is some of the clearest footage of a spirit ever captured. Ed said that the woman was walking through the cemetery and there were these dark shadows surrounding her, almost attacking her, some sort of a negative energy. But they haven't released that footage. I hope that they do one day. Hopefully Elton will find it and release it. But it's just crazy. It's like the house that we stopped at earlier in the video. This cemetery, you could go to Dudleytown, which we were going to go to, but something fell through. The Warrens left their mark on Connecticut, and their ghost stories are all over the state. And I'm a history nerd, I'm a history buff, so I love being able to step foot in these almost hallowed grounds and live that history for just a moment, to take you guys with us to experience what it's like here so you can see it for yourself and we can continue sharing these stories. It's also just a beautiful October day in a spooky New England cemetery, so I really couldn't wish for anything more in life.
Look how ominous this grave is. She played the hand she was dealt.
Ew, that is a little ominous. All right, guys, it has come to the final moment here in the documentary. I've been waiting years for this opportunity to get into the location that we're investigating tonight. And I think, honestly, this place tops the Conjuring house. This place tops the Amityville Horror House. This is truly one of the top paranormal locations on planet Earth. Ed and Lorraine Warren's former home and their museum of the occult. I mean, we've been talking about this for years. How are you guys feeling about it?
I mean, we're gonna see Annabelle tonight. That is just freaky. It's kind of scary.
It is scary. Driving over here too through all the trees. It's almost Halloween right now. It's a couple days before Halloween.
What a time to be alive. This is a super cool opportunity. We're gonna be the first people to film here since they've done all the renovations. I'm really excited to see all the artifacts that they have. But also, you got to think about it. Because of Ed and Lorraine Warren, we are here today. They are people who paved the way for all paranormal investigators, not just in the US, but in the world. So it's really cool to have the opportunity to go visit the place where it all started.
I'm a little creeped out, actually, but glad we get to do this. It's going to be pretty creepy.
And we're sleeping there overnight.
Yeah.
I mean, with everything.
I don't know.
That's pretty creepy.
I'm kind of interested to see like how I actually feel, you know, when I see Annabelle.
Yeah, Elton has been texting me, and even today was saying that since they've bought this place and have kind of moved some of their stuff in and been here, there's been some really, really dark stuff happening to just them.
Really?
Or Elton and Ginger.
Ooh.
And he said it's actually kind of scaring him.
Oh my gosh, that's kind of scary.
Yeah. But that's what we like to hear. That's why we're here. So I see right there on the map, we're pulling in right now to the Warrens Occult Museum.
Just imagine just being one of their neighbors.
Right.
Right.
They're like, oh, those are the crazy ghost
the
hunters.
demon
Right.
They
chasers.
have all the most demonic objects in the world.
Oh my gosh, they've got
There
the
it
fence.
is. Yep, through that fence. That's it.
Gosh.
Well, the gate is opening.
Oh my gosh.
I like the dramatic gate. It
Yes.
kind of adds. It adds a lot when you got to pull in through a wrought iron gate.
That's so cool.
Hi, I'm Rick Clark, and I am in the Warren House, and I've worked with Ed and Lorraine since 1992 as one of their investigators, trained by them, and more important, more of a family member, and they were like a second parent to me. So we're at the house. We just switched it over. We cleaned it. We fixed it up. It's beautiful, and Elton has turned it into a overnight rental. And I'll show you the house if you guys want to see it. If you want to hear about Ed and Lorraine, I could talk about them. And they started New England Society of Psychic Research back in 1952. And Lorraine was psychic. She could see auras, and she proved it to me over and over and over again, even embarrassed me with it. She can tell what kind of person you are, what you've done, and what you're... So she was amazing. And Ed was... I'd ask that guy questions like crazy. He was a demonologist. He was studied for years in demonology and in the paranormal. And it was amazing learning from them and teaching. So it's... We're in the kitchen. This is the heart of the house, we used to call it. This is where they sat. It's where we ate, where we laughed. And it's a good starting point for what we're about to do. I can show you the living room if you want, or we can go outside. So let's see the living room really quick.
Living room. Why not?
All right, let's do that. And again, when Elton came and Matt, Elton really put his heart into this. It was just, and he We did take all the furniture out. That was here. It was all Lorraine's. That was her favorite chair right there, which is against this wall. We kept that here in a rocking chair, but Elton had a vision of what this was supposed to look like. So we basically took all the stuff off the walls and everything, and we remodeled it and put his own style into here, which is fantastic. And this is one of Ed's paintings that we found.
Wow.
Which freaked us out because when we found that, the day we found it, Elton and I were cleaning out the house, and he found it downstairs, and we put it aside. And then one day we're going through the pictures because Ed was an incredible artist. And Elton noticed, it said Warren in overnight guest, which overnight is the name of his thing. It was just fit so perfectly. So that was a good spot for it right there.
That is
Isn't
perfect.
that crazy? Or what?
Overnight guest.
We didn't realize it at first. He's looking. He's like, oh my God, Rick, look what this says.
That's awesome.
And it's the things we found in this house that were packed away for years. Is absolutely amazing. Amazing. The history of hauntings from the Amityville horror to just recently. I mean, it's incredible the stuff they had in here. You want to see bedrooms? Or
Sure, yeah.
Let's go in before we get into the heart of stuff. I can show you. This was in a bedroom now. This was called the den, and it wasn't exactly it. Ed had a desk in here. Desk is still here, and we put a bed in here, but it was filled with just more of their artifacts that they've collected over the years. And it was even to the point where we were moving stuff out, and this wall moved, and I realized there was a broken door handle on it, which is still broken, but I pried it open, and if I can get it open again, it was full of stuff, but the calendar on the wall was 1979.
Wow.
So odds are this was not open since 1979, and some of the things, again, Elton will tell you, and we found in there were mind-blowing. And this is probably one of the most active rooms in the house as far as paranormal goes. I think we all had paranormal experiences in this room. None bad. I voices yelling out, shadows walking by, cold spots, very cold spots in this room. And so it's a very active room. I'm not too sure why. Maybe because of the artifacts that were in here, but it is a active room. But I don't know of anything bad happening in this room, or it was horrible. Dylan, who is our house manager, he never even heard of the Amityville horror. So this is all new to him. So we were actually building this bed, and I think we were both facing each other. It was August, there was no air conditioning, it was pretty hot in here. It was 10 at night waiting for Elton. And I felt like someone put a giant ice cube on my back. And we were both facing each other, kneeling on the ground, building this, and I kind of looked up at him, and he's looking over my shoulder, and he looked startled. That's the only way I can put it. And I said, there's something behind me, isn't there? He goes, Rick, there's a shadow, but it's not on the wall. And it just walked by you. And it walked through that wall into the other room. So it was definitely his first experience in here. I've had many, but again, it's almost not startling. It's almost like it's okay. Mm-hmm. I believe Lorraine's aura is here looking out after us on this first floor. Now downstairs is a different story, but this floor is definitely paranormal, without a doubt. I've seen, the first day actually I met Nick, it was that next morning, and he was sleeping in, I think, that room behind you, and I'm at the table eating breakfast, and I saw him walk out, and I yelled, hey Nick, there's some food over here. He didn't answer me, and I heard noises. I looked outside, he was outside. So something walked out of that room that was solid, and I walked into the living room, there was no one there. Yeah, so you get that a lot. Yeah, you get that a lot here.
I almost just heard, did you hear something?
You'll hear things like crazy.
There was like a,
you'll hear things like crazy
over in this corner.
But it's Dylan's dad. He was here one night. He's a paramedic, very level-headed guy. Mm-hmm. He was here that same night we heard that. He caught noises, voices in here on recording. So it's this room is definitely an active room.
And someone's going to sleep here tonight.
Yeah.
Who wants to sleep in here with that sort of an introduction?
All right, you see this room, but wait till you see the other bedrooms. You might want this.
Oh.
Okay? Yeah. When you see where I'm going to take you, you might want this bedroom, so I'll just put that out there.
Damn, Jeff already said he didn't want this, so I'm gonna hold him to that.
As an elderly.
Yeah, there you go. You might want this bedroom.
First choice.
Yeah. You might want this. Yeah. You want to move to the next room?
Sure. Yeah. Let's just look at the rooms.
Yeah, this is Lorraine Warren's bedroom, actually. This is her bedroom. This is the most peaceful room in the house, believe it or not. This is her office also, but this room has a different feel, right? I mean, you can testify to that. You walk in here, it's just a peaceful feel in here, and this was her bedroom.
It really does have a completely different.
Yeah, 100%
crazy.
feel. 100% feel. And this was her bedroom. And if you knew her, I mean, she was one of the most loving human beings I've ever met in my life. And I believe that she left something here to protect people. And
I feel like I'd run here if I wanted to feel safe.
100%. 100%, yes. Yeah. But it's a nice room. I love it. It's great. And this is her room. I mean, she loved clothes so much. That closet behind you was one of 5 closets that were packed full of her clothes. She loved clothes. And that lady dressed to the T. She was incredible. Like, she was a lady. When you see her on film, Vera actually stayed here for about 3 weeks with her, studying her. And she hit her on the head. When you see Vera playing Lorraine on the screen, you see Lorraine Warren. It's amazing. I got goosebumps from the first time I saw The Conjuring. Not from the movie, but from Vera's performance. It was amazing.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's okay. You can admit the movie was a little scary.
The movie was scary, yeah. but the goosebumps came from Vera. Yeah. The movie was terrifying. Yeah, but but it's yeah.
Yeah, it's totally a different.
Oh yeah.
It's wild
100%.
actually because it's very similar. Decorating and
I want to hear your reaction when you go into the museum, though. How you feel? It's definitely a definite presence. I'll just put it that way. And I want to tell you what many hundreds of people have said over the years they feel in that place, but it's kind of crazy. All right, I'll show you guys downstairs real quick. My phone is burning up outside my pocket. All right, so here, we gotta just be careful walking down. Let me get a flashlight, 1 second. Yeah, just watch your head. I mean, I don't know if you saw Elton's light. I ripped a light bulb off of my head one day, live on camera. Yeah, so I'm known as the light bulb guy.
Like I said, it could be worse.
Yeah, this was actually when Elton got here. The entire basement, including the furnace room and everything, was filled up. You can testify up to boxes that were everywhere. We used this as storage for years. But when I used to work when Ed was alive, we investigated cases. We never talked about them upstairs. It was down here at this table. And Elton cleaned it up. He restored it. It's pretty amazing because this is what it was like in 1992, where we used to talk about cases down here and discuss our next step, whatever. And that was his desk sometimes, or it would be here, but we'd all sit around this and talk about our cases. This was our meeting room, kind of a deal. I think they also call it maybe the Halloween room, because he loved Halloween, so there was always Halloween decorations around. But all right, so I will show you a couple other things. This here, that door, leads to the museum, but we are not going to go through that way. We're going to walk around, all right?
Yeah.
All right. This in here, we totally restored it. Now, I'm tall. My head just touches the ceiling, so if you're taller than me, watch yourself, all right? I gave myself a concussion in here.
Oh yeah, I can't.
There you go. Yeah, see, look, hello. And Elton wanted to lower the ceilings. I'm like, I'm gonna have to
lower them.
So, dude,
Well, he's a tiny little
I think
guy.
that's what I told him I'm a hobbit. I'm like, this room is built for hobbits, dude. And I'm like, if you lower, I'm gonna have to crawl around here. So yes, but the bathroom actually was there. This was flooded. This place was flooded and filled with boxes, and pipe broke, and it was just like this we didn't realize it was leaking for years. So he actually took the bathroom out, moved it here. I mean, this is his pride and joy. I mean, he did all this kind of work. It was his own planning. And this room here, which I love, is Lorraine Warren's office. There were no beds here, obviously. Okay, we put beds in. But this will be another bedroom down here, and this is her office. I mean, those right there, they were all along here. This was flooded. It was packed full of stuff. There were no rugs, obviously. We had to do a lot of work to get this place up to par. Ripped all the walls out. We replicated the paneling, exactly what it was. We didn't put the lower stuff back. It was taking too much room. But these cabinets, they're empty now. Every one of them were filled to the top, full of past cases, letters that go back in the 60s. She kept everything. I found things from me with her from 1992. Oh, wow. I found in those cabinets, so it was pretty amazing what we found. And those are closets, obviously, but it was...
It's another room that just feels like...
This was our office. This is our office. Yeah, this is our office. And I said about sleeping down here, you might change your mind. The only reason why I said that, this room is so safe, so nice, except right behind that wall is the museum. The Annabelle sits not too far from that, behind that wall. So it's the only reason I say it, but it's a pretty safe place, you know, as far as that goes. We try to replicate what Lorraine had down here. Even the wallpaper, and we try to save everything we can save just to make it authentic. Yeah, so this is actually one of the bedrooms, and again, one of my favorite rooms for finding stuff. We found scripts in here, unfinished books that were not to the publisher yet, that they were writing when Ed passed away. Found so much stuff in here. And we found cases after cases, letters from people asking for help. She responded to every single one of those people too. So it meant a lot to her.
Wow.
All right, so let's go. Let's go outside.
Yeah, let's go.
That was her chair.
That was her chair. Yeah, that was her favorite chair, actually. That was her rocking chair. She sat in there all the time.
I put my clothes, my coats.
It's good.
And I was going to ask you, is it okay to sit on this chair?
Yeah, she would love it. Yeah, I remember one time that I heard this. She told me this story, but it was they were doing a Annabelle event down at Roberto's restaurant, which is about, what, a mile away maybe? But it snowed out that night really bad, and they canceled it. But there was a guy, I believe from England, who didn't know it was canceled. So everyone was gone, snowing like crazy. He knew the address here, because that was her address she used. He drove here, and he knocked on the door. She invites him in. He stays hours with her, just one-on-one, talking away with her. That's what she was like. That's awesome. It's just one-on-one. I've been in just events with her where there's a couple thousand people, and everyone crowds you at the end. She talked to every single person until she got through all of them. Ed would be like, "Come on, Lorraine, I'm hungry, hurry up," because it was really funny. See, the movie Ed and real Ed are two different people. His sense of humor was hysterical in real life. Yeah, he goes, "I'm hungry, let's go." So, all right. Let's go out. All right, be careful coming downstairs, guys. This is actually their car.
That's so cool.
Pictures of them both in it. It's pretty funny, actually. It's been around forever, and it was restored. What year, Dylan?
What?
Was this restored?
Around when Ed died.
So around, it was just before. So it was 2004.
4 to 5.
Around that, it was restored. It was actually pretty sad shape. It was sitting over there for years. And this actually room was Ed's art studio, and Ed was an incredible artist. He's known for it. So fixing the house up, Elton and myself found a lot of pictures from Ed that were unknown. So we tried to recreate his art studio by hanging a lot of his art up.
I love that art.
And it's funny, is you can actually date like how far back it goes. His styles changed from cartooning to Lorraine in 1965. So I mean, that's all this stuff is. This was not his. This ugly door. That wasn't his. But the all this art is his actually, and it's pretty amazing. Yeah, some of the stuff that we found, and just the other night, Elton and I were hanging it up like crazy, just trying to recreate the feel of what this room used to be like a long time ago.
I like the haunted houses that you would paint.
These are all based on real houses.
Really?
So you're to see this house right there. I think it's also small, a different version of it on the door. And in the house, the overnight picture is that same house.
Really?
So he painted real houses.
Oh,
he didn't
cool.
just make them up. They're actually real places that existed. So it's that's a classic salt box in New England house. I mean, so that it's around here somewhere. This house.
Yeah, we went to what was the town that we were in? No ink. We went to that house where they were on the cover of the Connecticut magazine.
Yes, look it up. Yeah, famous picture. We actually found the original picture.
Really?
That's based on.
Oh,
yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah, we found the actual picture. And then we found that magazine untouched. It was sealed.
Wow.
So we had that also. Found a lot of stuff, dude.
It's cool to see.
Some of the stuff we found is amazing.
Oh man,
Yeah,
this is like heaven to me. So much.
So we drive around, actually. We do collect things that are supposed to be haunted. And this door is actually one of them. It's from a freak show in to get this year wrong for you, 1928 maybe. And it was actually a tragedy at the freak show where this came from. This door passed through different owners, and we picked it up just the other day. Surprised Elton with it. Because I don't know why, but we thought Elton would like it. So that's kind of Elton's.
Yeah, I like it.
Isn't it great? Yeah, it's great.
Tragedy at the freak show.
Yeah, so there's a story behind it. We still have to investigate it, which we always investigate our things we receive. But
I mean, it sure looks creepy.
Legitimate guy who we got it from too.
Cool.
Yeah,
man.
legit. A lot of people didn't know. We didn't know. I didn't even know. But we found these actually up in the loft about 2 weeks ago. It's Lorraine Warren was also a painter, and they're all Lorraine's paintings.
Wow.
Yeah, it even has New England paintings by Lorraine Warren on there, and it's
hers
cool.
are like way cuter.
Yeah, right? 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 What's going on there, right? From this to this, what's going on? Yeah, but it was so it was kind of fun finding her stuff, and she used to call. Do I tell you some little secrets that no one knows? I mean, some people do. She used to call them Warren. That's not their last name. It's Miner's their last name. They go to their grave, you can see the last name, and some of these paintings are signed by his real last name, but he adopted the name Warren, I believe, in the 60s. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's, not a lot of people know that, but it's,
I didn't know that.
yeah, say, a little trivia for you. That was his nickname. That's his middle name also, but it was, she called him Warren years ago. This here is the famous chicken coop. Lorraine loved her chickens. Actually, one lived in the kitchen in a cage, but it was kind of walked out sometimes. I was afraid of it. I admit it. It was this giant, I don't know, maybe it was a rooster. It was huge. But here was all chicken wire. There was 2 doors. I believe it was split in half. There was a chicken coop in back. It was a dirt floor, just a old ceiling up there. And Dylan and Elton surprised us. They laid down cobblestone. That bench right there, that pew, was in the back of the house on the front porch. They reinforced it, fixed it up, and they did this too. This, if you're here, I mean, you get a little overwhelmed in the museum, which is right there. You can always hang out in here. And Elton these are blessed crosses from St. Patrick's in New York City, and holy water. And this was Dan Rivera. He was our lead investigator. Incredible human being. Yeah, this is his creation. I love it. I said this is the one thing he did in the house where he didn't build it on. He actually just took a chicken coop and gutted it and built this. We didn't know he was doing it. It was a total surprise to all of us.
Wow.
I know Lorraine would have loved this place. I know she would have. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so.
Well, it's good vibes right here. Right
Yeah,
before
right?
you go into the
museum. We're going next, dude.
The whatever vibes.
Yeah.
I think it's funny to think about how it used to be a chicken coop.
Chicken
You just
coop.
have like the most haunted objects in the
right.
world, and then walk out and like, oh, it's a chicken.
But what amazed me even more than that is how did Elton see this? You know what I'm
That is
saying?
crazy.
How did he come up with this? It's insane. It's beautiful, but it was a chicken coop.
Yeah.
And he did this. It amazes me. So
It's
yeah.
awesome.
I wonder if the chickens ever experienced anything.
I know, right? They go, Poultrygeist? Ed would be proud of me. Ed was the king of dad jokes. Yeah, this had all trees back here. We took a lot of trees down. Elton he put the fence around the perimeter. He put the lights up. And up there is the gazebo, which you would see in the Conjuring 3. And that is the actual gazebo that Ed had reconstructed from Bridgeport, where he met Lorraine under that gazebo. And when they were young, I think she was 17, and for their 50th anniversary, he rebuilt it for her. And so he replicated the one from Bridgeport. So this is a really cool spot. Yeah. I don't know, I love it back here. It's awesome. I mean, Yeah, so that's the famous gazebo. So, there it is. Oh yeah. I mean, a lot of people sit back here. I mean, it's kind of fun, just hanging out back here in the summertime. But it's
so this is one they used to film the movie too.
They actually replicated it for Warner Brothers lot also. So
wow.
They took this exact thing and put it in California, or very close to it, and they rebuilt it in California. Yeah, for the movie. Actually, right here is the plaque he had made with it. It was Lorraine's and Ed's 50th anniversary. Yeah, so that was their the plaque that he had with it. So yeah, so that's what he did. Yeah, he loved her like crazy. When you see that in the movies, that's so accurate. But you know, his love for her, and it was amazing.
Is this where Elton and Ginger have their morning coffee?
Yeah, this would be where they would sit, and Elton gets most of his ideas here. Once he hooks electrodes to his head, and we plug him in. Yeah, he comes up. These actually, Dan, the investigator we lost, he was an incredible guy, and he called me about maybe going back 6 years ago, and he found these at Home Depot, all excited they're half price. He's like, Rick, should I get them? I'm like, yeah, get them. So that's how we ended up with them.
I love it. They're cool.
So Elton actually put them back here because I think it's a lot of fun, right? Yeah, so it's
super cool.
Yeah, there's so much history with us as family in this house that brings back a lot of memories. Even that, you know, Dan built that fire pit. We'd hang out here nights. Even those, he even built those. I really suck at the game, but he was good. So it's and actually here was Lorraine loved her animals, loved her. So that's a pet cemetery out there. All of her pets are buried out there. Ashes or pets, or you know, the entire animal.
And that display case upstairs, was that the collars?
Yeah, it was all of her pets. She loved her pets, and even her chickens. We buried her chickens' ashes. We found them, so we buried them. And
So the chickens were pets.
Yeah, they were pets. They weren't like for eating. Yeah, she'd kill me if I ever saw us eat one. She'd kill me. Yeah. Guys, as you can see on the side here, this is the Warren Occult Museum, Warrenology. So this is the home for a lot of Ed's artifact, and of course the Annabelle doll, which come on in. And this is it. You've seen it in the movies, like, you know, they replicated it kind of, but I think Elton documented over 700 pieces in here. And these are all from investigations. Some things are cursed, some things you can't touch. I tell everyone do not touch anything in here for many reasons, actually. But yeah, everything has a meaning, everything has a story behind it. And I think Ed even said, the toys aren't toys, don't even touch those. And he's very accurate.
Where do we start?
Where do you want to start? I mean, you want to start where everybody wants to see, or...
Yeah, we can work up to that.
All right, because that's
I'm interested in like the pieces that aren't as famous.
All right, but all right, that's great. I mean, there are
anything
here.
you know and want to talk about.
You know, in here, but everyone always says Annabelle is the most famous thing in this museum, obviously, but she's not the most deadliest thing in the museum. And we actually just received something from Elton. I would probably get the history wrong. He just brought it in 2 days ago, and it's a voodoo doll from Africa behind you. And that is to protect tribes. It will take lives to protect the tribe. So it's that big guy with the bald head and the metal sticking out of it. And Elton knows a lot more than I do about it. But what he's told me was each metal thing on there is, I'll say victim, but to protect the tribe, they would sacrifice an animal of some kind, then stick the blade into the voodoo doll. And it's Ogun, that might be its name. I know something gun. And it's probably killed as many people as those blades are in its entire body. And he just brought that back to the museum. And of course, one of the most famous things in here that's not like Annabelle is this thing here. And this is called the Shadow Doll. And it's been dated back, Ed told me, to New Orleans, probably the early 1900s. And how this thing would work would be, if you wanted to kill someone, you would take its picture, and on back of the picture you would write a certain curse. which I can't give you unless you pay me. No, I can't give it to you, but there's a curse. You write it on the back of the picture, you seal it up in an envelope, you leave it for your victim to find. When they find it, they open it, and I believe Ed said, I could be mistaken, 4 days they'll have nightmares of this thing and eventually die in their sleep. So it's of that thing. The bad thing about it is it's a one-time curse, so if I just left it down and an innocent person found it and opened it, they're cursed. The picture is no longer cursed, it's that one person's curse. So you want to make sure your intended victim finds it. So it's kind of unstable in a way. And yeah, so she's
tap on the case. A little crack.
Would you say? It constantly taps from inside.
Really? I just heard it.
We had meters on it last night, and it shot up to red. This thing went crazy as it was tapping. So there's that case taps. Then we have this guy here. It's called the Sandy Hook idol, and ugly. Sandy Hook is famous for the shooting in the school years ago, but this was long before the shooting in the school. So people get confused and they think it has something to do with it, but it doesn't. This was found deep in the woods of Sandy Hook by a young hunter, and he grew up in the area. He got lost in the woods, couldn't understand why, and he came across a clearing, and I believe Ed said there was a pile of rocks a few feet high, and this thing sat way on top, overlooking down where there was a altar, devil worshiping altar. So obviously that was going on there. And the kid got lost trying to get out of the woods. Eventually he found his way out. Some strange guy, eerie guy, showed him the way out. He called the police. Police eventually went in there and found it. So they called Ed, who was a demonologist, and he took it back here. But the problem was the guy that was in the woods that was following the kid, Ed knew who he was. He was a high priestess from a devil worshiping cult. He wanted his idol back, and Ed wouldn't give it back to him. So he put a curse on Lorraine, and the curse stayed with Lorraine. I know several days. It took several priests to get the curse off of her. But he wanted that back that bad, and Ed refused to let that thing back into public. So it sat here all these years. It's made out of cement, hay, all kinds of junk, but he put so much detail into it. This guy did, and I won't say he put a lot of love. I'll say he put a lot of hate into it, but it was definitely his masterpiece. I mean, so
certainly it's got a weird look to it.
I can't imagine walking through the woods and looking up and seeing this thing, 15 feet above you on a pile of rocks, looking back down at you. Had to scare the hell out of that kid so bad. Yeah, we get a lot of activity from this, and of course the shadow doll we get a lot from. And this guy here, we get so much activity from that toy, and that is one of the things where it's not a toy. It might look like a toy, but it's not a toy. And the movie The Conjuring 3, this was from that case, although it wasn't featured in the movie. But Arnie Johnson, who's a friend, he's the one that his girlfriend at the time's little brother was possessed by the devil. And Warrens were doing an exorcism to him, and Ed said that thing walked across the room telling them they're all gonna die. It was animated, it came alive. And Arnie took a baseball bat and smashed it, and that's why it's broken. We tried to put it back together years later. But Arnie actually verified it also, and he did go to prison for murdering his best friend, and doesn't remember doing it, and that's a whole other story,
The devil made me do it, case.
That's right. I was a little kid when it was going on, actually. I didn't know who Ed Lorraine were at the time, but I remember glued to my TV as a little kid watching this and on our news programs. But yeah, we're getting a lot of activity from it, and it's kind of crazy how much activity we get from that. And here, the cross from the Amityville horror case. That's the actual valuable from the case. That's the cross from the house that was given to the Warrens. So there's a lot of famous stuff down here.
So like this would have been in the
house.
Feo house.
This was probably the Lutzes. I believe the Lutzes, okay? Yeah, I believe it's the Lutzes. And we also have more artifacts from that case down here also. But yeah, it was given to them. So yes, that would have been into the Lutz house. Yeah,
it's interesting. His sister. I'm married to his sister.
Yeah,
and we have a true crime podcast. And this week for our Halloween episode, we're doing the DeFeo murders.
Yeah.
So I've been just today I recorded our podcast before we left, and I was talking about it all day. So it's kind of crazy.
The whole twisted case is really interesting. I read it 100 times, different scenarios of it, right down to the forensics of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I read that also, which fascinates me. But yeah, we actually found a lie detector test in this house from the Lutz families. It was 20 questions, I believe, asked, separate rooms, court ordered. It was court documented. It passed every single question.
Really?
And we had that. We found it in Ed's files. We found it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so it was, and I think it was dated 1980 maybe, where it was, they went, yeah, so it was court ordered, yeah, for a lawsuit.
Constantly.
Just there again.
It taps, yeah, it just does. I mean, it's so funny how numb you get in here to things that happen in here. That to me is, when you first heard it, I was like, oh my God, maybe the first 150 times. Now it's like, oh yeah, tapped.
Yeah.
Last night, we had people, contest winners down here last night. And the kid actually did something I never thought of. I should be ashamed of myself. We put meters against it. It has it tapped. It went zzz. It went crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, as it tapped. So I'm like, all right, I'm ashamed of myself. I failed as an investigator.
What's this little helmet next to
the helmet?
Like
they're
Lord of the
okay,
Rings.
right? They're gross. They're Halloween masks. But what they would do, and I don't know the word. Again, I'm failing as an investigator. Elton knows the name of it. You put it on, and you actually concentrate, and you become almost that character in your eyes, and super strong or whatever.
Yeah.
And crimes have been committed against other people with people wearing these masks, and there's a word for it. I don't remember what it is, but. These all masks were used during these crimes against people.
So the criminal would put the mask on
to become that,
body.
they would focus on that mask in the mirror, and they would actually take on the being of the mask you're wearing. And it's
What kind of crimes are we talking here?
against people, one-on-one crimes against people, horrific crimes, against people. Yeah. And yeah, so this is from, I believe, England, World War I. It's a shoe with a foot in it. And they found it in a wall, and we received it, and they said the foot actually taps. And we've heard it tap before. We've had paranormal paracons, you can hear it tapping. The foot will start tapping, so I don't know what the hell's up with that thing, but it's just not a good thing.
But it's a real human foot.
That's a human foot in there. I had to fix it the other day when we were in the Paracon. I had to take, because I work in pathology. Didn't bother me too much. Too much. I had to fix the bones inside the foot.
That's crazy, though.
I'm like, all right, I'm not crazy about this, but I'll do it.
You know, podiatrist.
Yeah, right? Yeah, right? Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right?
So what about, like, all of these items? So
They're all from different cases. Everything, like, when we investigated cases, a lot of times, people just want to get rid of stuff. We receive stuff in the mail, how many times a week, Dylan, from strangers? And I'll show you a doll we received from Australia the other day with a 3-page note with it, and it's pretty amazing. And Elton actually reached out to the person in Australia, and they contacted him back with some more evidence on it.
Wow.
So every day, not every day, shouldn't say that. It's several times a week we receive things from, sometimes it's junk, sometimes it's incredible. So a lot of this stuff came from that, or it's from things that Ed collected in different cases. And a couple of them are just, Ed liked the way it looked, you know, and put it up there.
But
I mean, really,
it's like pretty much anything in here, anything you touch or look at, I should say,
Right.
is
from cases,
probably
I would
haunted.
say 98% of the stuff. Some of it were, Ed loved Halloween, and sometimes he put a scary guy up there, and you know, up there just to set the mood.
No, I understand
Yeah,
that.
to set the mood. And he was a storyteller. He was very accurate, but he knew how to draw you in when he talked to you. And I always said that's part of his charm, you know, some of this stuff. But that is probably my favorite thing. I don't know why I like that thing so much. There's a reason for it, though, is that's the New England witch doll. And voodoo a long time ago in New England was rampant. And what you would do if you're pissed at one of your neighbors or whatever, you would steal a piece of furniture from them. And you would actually make a gallows, which is under the glass dome. You'd steal some of their clothing or whatever you can get from them, hair clippings, whatever you can get. You make a doll in their name, hang it from the gallows. But the thing is, inside that dress is a hook. And with that hook, you'd get a piece of pork and hang it from that hook and put them outside of their bedroom in a tree, under the window, wherever it is. As the pork rots, they slowly die. Now, the cool thing about it is if you realize what's happening, you go out there, you find it, you pull the pork off the hook, you're saved. So you can actually stop that curse. That's probably why I like it so much. You can
stop it.
Stop it. Yeah, you can stop it. Yeah, you have to just realize that there's a piece of pork out there, your name on it.
What's in these boxes?
These boxes, actually, Ed used to have an artifact in there. It's not in there anymore, but I forgot which one it was, but it was probably one of the things we weren't allowed to touch, and he actually sealed it up. And I don't touch it because it says do not touch.
And that's
I don't touch it. I mean, you can say I'm superstitious or just a fool, but you know, I think I'm not going to show it to you right now, but I think we were all affected by that doll over there behind me, and at one point or another, and we all learn our lessons. I always say to people, I don't respect her, but I respect the boundaries around her. I want to just turn around. She has some other stuff.
It's interesting too, like seeing like Spike used to kill a baby by its own mother, a sacrifice to the devil.
Those are different cases. He read quotes from his books also, and from different cases. And you can always tell Ed's writing, as you probably caught on now. Yeah. He loved writing in this like wiggly kind of fashion.
Kind of a creepy font.
Yeah. This is before we had computer fonts too, so guy was ahead of his game, right? And really quick, a little trivia is when we leave this room, before Elton even bought the house, we always make sure all the lights were off in this room, and it was sealed up. And I was with Chris, someone from Nespar, another investigator, and he's pretty much in charge of things now. We walked in here, and we walked in that door, it was dark, that light was on, and he was pissed. He's like, oh my God, someone left a light on, you can cause a fire, blah, blah, blah. So we both walked around here to shut it off. It was off, but the weird thing was the light bulb was unscrewed. That was on. The only light on in this entire room was that light. We walked over it, the light bulb was all the way unscrewed. And we had that happen live stream, actually, the first night I filmed with Elton also.
Wow.
The light went off, looked at it, it was unscrewed. Yeah. So it screws electronics down here, it'll just screw with your head down here also. And this is Elton stuff, his newer stuff he's collected all over the place. I mean, it's kind of cool. We were investigating the other night, and I think that one of the devices kept saying, we had actually a laser stream over here and it kept getting broken. So we know something was over here. And the device kept saying, board, devil, and Elton finally realized, oh my God, this afternoon, I just received that devil board. The device kept saying, devil board, talk on board, it kept saying. And so that kind of freaked me out a little bit when he realized. The puppet guys are not haunted, they're just really cool. He received them from a guy who collects oddities, and so it's kind of neat. He's collecting these, and he'll explain more because he knows about these. But from Africa, these were voodoo dolls from where he was in Africa. Actual voodoo dolls, not the cheesy kind with the pins. The actual ones. But when I say we received stuff in the mail, we received her when we got back from about 2 weeks ago. There was a package from Australia, and we opened it, and there's this 3-page letter here from the mother who actually sent it to us, and she was pretty desperate, and they didn't realize, she believed anyways, this doll was actually haunting our family, and they didn't put 2 and 2 together until way later. And the way I read the letter, it seemed like her daughter got cancer. She was in remission once the doll was gone. The little boy was getting bites and burns on his body, and I believe Elton was contacting them for the actual pictures of the bites. She collected all the evidence. Her life just went, and then one day she made the connection because the little girl was kind of psychic, and she kept saying there's something wrong because I'm afraid of the doll. So they sent it to us. I don't know what she thinks of us, but no, really, she was probably desperate, and she wanted to get rid of it. And even the letter says if you want to get rid of it, whatever you can think of. But we did put it in here among so many other things we receive from strangers that are looking for help. They don't want publicity, they just want it out. So we receive it. You see the Conjuring 4 yet? And how did anyone? That's famous mirror. It's based on, now this mirror never was in the Smurl house. What James Wan, he's famous for doing, great guy, but he takes 2 cases and combines them. And he took the mirror case and combined it into Smurl, which this was never in that case, but this is what that showed within the movie. A man actually went mad sitting in front of this thing trying to communicate with the other side. With red light, sat in the dark forever trying to communicate, and he claimed he broke through, but he went mad. And it ended up here after several people kept seeing faces looking back at them. Now we've had it on tour, people have taken pictures, things have been looking out from the mirror. We get recordings from this mirror constantly. A lot of activity from this mirror. So this is probably one of the most haunted things in this museum.
And what's the story of the mirror? Where did it come from?
That's the man, he wanted to contact his dead relatives. He was obsessed with doing it. And so he sat in front of that with a red light behind him, staring at it. He slowly went mad. I mean, he had to be crazy in the first place, right? But he said it made contact, and it's actually working. And no one believed him. And then when the mirror went from house to house, they all started complaining that they would see things looking back at them, people. So he actually did break through. And this is where we're recording live, actually, with Elton and myself, and Nick was the cameraman. And you can watch it on video. Elton was standing there, I'm over there, and you see me turn around, and I hear someone whispering over here. And we caught it on audio. We enhanced it and everything. It was coming from right over here. The entire sentences were coming out of that mirror. It's kind of freaky, huh?
Yeah,
right?
So, kind of.
And this is actually from Connecticut. It was an old organ. We're actually studying it now, trying to see how it works. It's been here forever, but it's been covered up. We just rediscovered it, actually. And I think Elton knows a lot from this case. The building doesn't exist anymore, but it was a very haunted building. It would play by itself. And we're waiting for it to play, but it's an old organ that was built in, what's the year on there? I have my glasses on, but it's 1873. Yeah, so it's an ear pipe organ, so you need ear to make it work. Obviously, it doesn't work. I'm waiting for it to play. I wouldn't know where it's screwed when it does, but it played by itself, so, over and over again until they got rid of it. It ended up in here. And Amityville Horror, that's actually a keychain that was given by the Lutzes to Ed from the house itself. I mean, it's so many small stories in here.
Like all this stuff too, the skull of the
right.
Crazy.
There's so much stuff in here. Again, some of it is like, a prop. He loved Halloween, blah, 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 but some of it is cursed, and it was given during cases that he studied. I went with him one time years ago, and the state police called him, and there was sacrifice of animals. I think it was West Haven, Connecticut. And we went in this old rubber factory that's been abandoned for years, and there was an altar in there. There was robes in there. There was so much chicken poop on the ground, they actually took time to scrape a gigantic pentagram in there.
Really?
Yeah, that's how long they were in there for. And they found dead goats in there, and dead chickens. And I believe Ed said the next step was a human sacrifice. So when they discovered it by accident, the police got involved. It was, he probably saved a life by bringing this to light, and I believe it made the news and everything. But It was one of the most eeriest feelings walking into a building with him and seeing this in the middle of an abandoned building that was massive. Right in the center of it was this altar in there.
Do you know anything about this flag?
No, I don't. Yeah, so Tony is actually going with us, we're retracing a lot of stuff. And like I said, this place was packed full of stuff until Elton got here and we really tightened it up. We discovered a lot of stuff that were on walls that were behind pictures and stuff. So we are doing research on every single item in this building. That's the Pearls of Death, and that was actually given to a bride as a gift, and it was passed down to the family, and she put it on. Actually, it started strangling her, and they had to pull it off of her, and someone else put them on, and that's when they had to break it off their neck. It just got so tight around their neck, it was cutting their air off. And it ended up here, obviously, along with false eyes they came from England. I remember when we received those, kid bought them at an auction. I don't know why he'd buy those, but he did, and he said he had severe nightmares every single night since he bought those. His mom actually sent them to us. And there's just so much. I mean, you want to see the main event, or I'll show you something really cool first, all right? These actually here.
The new edition.
We just put these in here, and Elton saved them. They were outside, and the weather beaten the whole bit, but these are from a famous case in Bridgeport, Connecticut, the Lindley Street case, and it was gigantic here. And these were from that home. They were, I don't know how Ed obtained them, but they were in the backyard for years. And Elton, being Elton, kind of saved them and brought them in here just the other night, and they're pretty amazing. This case was famous. It was, even policemen testified during this case, the refrigerator was rolling around on the ceiling. 1973? I'm going to take a guess in that year, 74. But people can look it up and find it. It's pretty amazing. The case itself, policemen testified what they saw in that house, and it was crazy. And yeah, so it was from that case. And before you show anything, this here is the Annabelle chair. She used to sit in that. You want to see her? Or?
Sure.
It's her.
That's crazy.
So I'll explain a lot of things to you, but that thing used to sit in that chair. And Ed told me the story himself. And it was, I'll say loose, I hate saying that word. There was no case yet. And it was sat there, and Ed said a priest, that was a family friend, came over. And he said to Ed, Ed told me this story, I'll kind of tell you like he told me. But he goes, Rick, he said, the priest wanted to see the devil doll that you have. And Ed took him down here, and he goes, do not touch anything. He goes, Rick, what do you think he did? He picked it up. And he said, God is stronger than the devil. And he threw it back in the chair. And he goes, Rick, he's right. God's stronger than the devil, but no priest is. And the priest said he was driving home after getting reamed out by Ed for an hour for touching stuff. He looked at his rearview mirror, and that thing was looking back at him. He lost control of his car and hit a truck head on, and he was paralyzed from the waist down. So that thing actually put itself in the car and did that to him. And Lorraine said, uh-oh, you can't have aura contact with that anymore, no skin contact. So she had this case built. This is the actual Annabelle case, the original case. And it's stuck to the wall. We can't get it off. But when we used to take it out with the Warrens, we would take Lorraine, we would take it to different places. So we actually had a travel case built. Now the problem was we had to keep transferring her back and forth. You can't touch her. So we had these gloves made here. And these gloves are blessed every time we use them. And inside these fingers are holy relics. And you can actually put them on. I mean, it's not gonna, it won't hurt you. I put them on when I have to fix her. And so your fingers are touching the holy relics, not the material itself. And sometimes her head falls forward. And it's unsettling when it happens, and you gotta fix it. So when I had to fix it the other day, I had a priest with me. And I basically counted down, ready, set, and he blessed me as I was doing it. I opened it, unlocked it, fixed her head. I try not to let her, I don't take it in. The thing is, I don't like it. And I shut the door, 20 seconds went by, and he blessed me, blessed the case. And this case, to transfer her over, we had to do that same process over and over again. Then Dan Rivera had the idea, I can build stuff. Let me build a case we can travel with, and it'll be for her forever case. And he built this, and she never leaves that case. And under her are holy relics all around her. She's sitting on a bench with God's prayer burnt into the bench. He put 3 crosses on it for the Trinity on each sides, and they're sealed up in case people say, hey, it's open. It's not. They're sealed up from inside with plexiglass. And the case, I can touch it. It won't hurt you. But the case itself, the stain, has holy oils in it. And when he stained it. So it's that we have it blessed constantly. Not constantly, but quite often. When it's on tour, it's like 4 or 5 times a day. We travel with a priest. And we try not to open it. And actually someone said to me, that sign, why does it say that? It says, warning, positively do not. And it's supposed to say open. But my response the other day when someone asked why I don't fix it, I said, I'm not going to spend 20 minutes of that stupid ass door open up trying to fix a sign. I'm not doing it. So the sign stand like it is. I'm like, just fill the blanks in. It says warning, positively do not. Just fill the blanks in. Just don't do anything. Don't touch it. Just keep it like it is. That thing, it's, you know, it's responsible, I think, for a few accidents and stuff. You know, and I like to clear up to people that are watching this. She did not kill our investigator. He was a friend. He was like a brother to a lot of us, and he was our main person. He knew how to handle her. Dan was sick for a long time, and for years, and we just didn't say that to the public because it was no one's business. But now the autopsy's out, you can say it. She had nothing to do with it. I don't like to give her the credit for something. I shouldn't even say her. For something it didn't do. It wants the credit, and it didn't do it. So online, when people keep repeating these false stories, it's heartbreaking, it hurts the family, and it's just not accurate. And he wasn't with her, he wasn't in the room with her, she was actually in the building where they were showing her. He was alone, he didn't feel well, and he laid down. And it was a tragedy turned into a circus.
Right.
And yeah,
So for people online too, what is the Annabelle story?
So this is what we Ed's told us the story. I'm sure everyone heard different stories, but this is from Ed. What Ed would say was first, I guess it started with two nursing students, like in the Conjuring film. Kind of accurate, not exactly, but they left some stuff out. But apparently, one of the students, who was 19, I believe, her mother was going up, traveling up to see her, stopped in a thrift store, and she was strangely attracted to this doll. And she bought it for her daughter, who was 19. She didn't know why she bought it, she just did. And we realize now it was probably placed there cursed already. And I did ask Ed one time, why would someone just do that? And he said, Rick, why would someone put a pin in a Halloween candy and just send it out into the world to cause chaos, to cause hurt? And he did tell me something alarming. He says, it probably happens a lot.
Just touched my back.
Yeah, that's, ask Matt. That's not uncommon.
Something just like,
it's just not uncommon.
I just grabbed like the back of my shirt.
Exactly what happened to Matt. The back of his shirt got pulled.
Really?
Yeah. First time in here. Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
Exactly same. And you can see me jumping. I'm not, because it's like, okay, it happens.
Yeah.
That is how numb you get to this place. And don't be alarmed. I mean, it's okay.
It's
You
more
could be alarmed a little bit, but yeah,
interesting.
it's trying to get your attention.
Yeah.
We're talking about this thing, and when we do, a lot of activity happens. Even last night, meters are going off like crazy while we talked about her. And but yeah, so it ended up probably cursed beforehand. It was put out there to terrorize people. Ed told me one time that they do it. A lot of devil worshippers will curse items and put them in thrift shops, Goodwill, just for people to take. Their lives fall apart. We know about this, but there's a lot we don't know about. And a lot of it stems, a lot of hauntings from things they buy in thrift shop. But anyway, so they brought it up to the nursing students. She didn't understand why her mom gave her Raggedy Ann, just threw it in the room. And apparently it kept reappearing in the living room. And they thought it was a joke at first, like each other was playing jokes. It was two roommates. And I believe Ed said his arm moved. So they got a psychic to come in. The psychic said, who probably either she was fed the information from this demonic thing that's in there, or she really wasn't psychic, but it became worse by saying a little girl named Annabelle was hit by a car in front of this building, and her ghost was in there. So now the nurses, students started feeling really bad for her. They started making clothes for her. I think I could have swore Ed told me one day they even had a party for her, a birthday party for her. They started making clothes, and actually, if you look really close at her wrist, the bracelet is still on her wrist that the girls made for her. So it's still wearing some of the jewelry they made for her. But the problem, Lorraine said, was no ghost would go into an animate object like that. It was demonic, and it was feeding off of these girls' emotions. So their lives were becoming negative. Their boyfriend, she started fighting with her boyfriend. He said he was sleeping on the couch, dreamt that thing, jumped on him, started scratching the hell out of him in a nightmare. He woke up screaming, told her what happened. The girl was very defensive about this. She thought it was a little girl. And she said, you're crazy, it's a doll, but he was bleeding from his chest. And things got worse and worse, and eventually it did start ripping rooms apart. When they weren't home paying attention to it, there was chaos in the apartment. And they contacted a priest, and I believe the priest had them contact Ed Lorraine. And they went up there, and from The Conjuring, you'd understand when Lorraine said, no little girl would go into an object like this. It's demonic, and it was feeding off of them. And they didn't realize until way later, unfortunately, that you can't have skin contact with it. So there are people now, even Lorraine actually held it, and she said she felt so uneasy about it, but she did not realize the power behind this thing until the priest was hurt. So it was kind of the thing. And then she surprised Ed by building that case. And
Lorraine built it?
Lorraine had built for Ed. Yeah, she didn't build it. She wasn't that talented. I love the woman. I love the woman, but she was not that talented. She can tell you about auras and everything, but she can't build that. You know, she can see auras, really, and I can talk really quick about her.
Yeah.
And I was very close, extremely close with both of them. I was even their pallbearer at their funeral. I was just very close with them. And she would tease me, and I am not very religious. I'll be the first to admit it. And she even said, when we go in these houses, if you believe in a rock, that is your strength. Use the rock. but my family got freaked out because I was helping the ghost people. And I really didn't even know who they were at first, I'll be honest with you. I was their photographer, and I was an interviewer. And so I went up there, and I'm walking across. My sister got me a blessed cross. I put it on to shut them up. I had like a t-shirt on, a winter sweater over it, and a winter coat. It was snowing out. And I was actually meeting them in the parking lot of a restaurant around the corner, and Lorraine was grinning at me. And I said, "What are you grinning at?" And she said to me, "What did you do, honey?" She called everyone honey. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, "What?" And she goes, "Your spiritual aura is glowing all around your chest." And I said, "Lorraine, you can see this through my clothes." And I pulled the cross out. But then I proceeded to ask her, "What else can you see, Lorraine?" And she fell out laughing her ass off. But I'm like, "Oh my God, this woman can see through my clothes." But she laughed. Her sense of humor was incredible. People think she, was just this, medium that didn't. She had an incredible sense of humor also. So that was our humor we had with each other constantly. And,
that's funny. That's kind of what I went through with my parents. I started doing the ghost hunting stuff with him. My dad's a pastor. He's like, "What
mine's not that bad. It was my brothers and sisters, actually. They were on me. They were like, watch yourself with these ghost people. Then ghost hunters, whatever came out. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, I was working with doctors in Yale University, or Yale Hospital at the time. But I didn't tell them what I did because I was embarrassed. I mean, I work with these crazy people. Then it got out what I do. And then all of a sudden the TV shows all started coming out, and all of a sudden we weren't freaks anymore. That we were like, "Wow, look at your dying." But it was
awesome.
Yeah. So it was before it was cool. It really wasn't cool. First, I explained this to doctors, what I'm doing here, but it's definitely an incredible experience with them. Absolutely incredible.
What do they think Annabelle, for people online, was/is?
We looked into it like crazy. I can't even tell you how many, I'll say hours, but if you add those up, it would be months. We looked in trying to figure out where it originated. We don't know. It is definitely a really, really demonic curse that's in there. We don't want to destroy it because Ed's theory was you're letting the genie out of the bottle. It's out there. And also, to study it, we'd have to have it open. We'd have to have someone that could, a medium with it. And Lorraine didn't even like being around that thing. So we're risking people's lives by studying it. So we don't know. It's almost impossible to find out. It's like, how do you trace something like that back? Because if someone out there can figure it out, let us know, because we spent countless time just trying to figure this thing out. But again, right down to a priest, to people, to innocent people. Each one of us, which I don't think even I like to get into it, because it's knocking. It's just, it's just, guys, it's
that was funny. A straight up two knocks.
It's kind of funny.
That was so loud.
It's just what this place does, and I hate saying it, but I'm so used to, I'm numb to this place.
Oh, that gave me a chill.
Yeah,
that was so clear.
We've had, like I said, voices come out from corners of this place, and the evidence we got down here, even with Elton, is absolutely amazing. And people say, "Oh, you're moving stuff around. Things have been angry." It's contained down here in this basement, but it's we work hard at keeping it contained down here.
How is it contained?
And when you meet Wade, he'll explain it to you. And I don't want to. He does his own religious rituals to keep things contained down here. But I also believe that there's probably an entity upstairs. Like, I won't say Lorraine does not haunt this place, but her spirit, her aura does. I don't know how to explain it. It's protected up there. Things do happen up there, but I never heard of anyone getting hurt up there or terrified up there. Yeah, they saw things that freaked them out, but up to the first floor, it's just activity. That's what Wade would do and other priests have done to contain it down here. But it's definitely down here. It's in that room where the table was too. It'll go back and forth through the passage, which I'll take you through. You haven't seen that yet.
Cool.
That connects the house. Because everyone thinks it's like the Conjuring movies. This is not downstairs under the house. This is actually off the house, but it's connected through a hallway. And so it's a little bit different from the movie. This is only a little bit of it, dude. A lot of it's packed away still. There's a loft up there. I don't know if you can see it or not. We found so much stuff up there. It's insane. It's insane. The loft we found up there. And last night, I think one of the boxes were telling us to go up, upstairs. And Elton just found a bunch of stuff and brought it down. And the box is telling us to go upstairs. And I think there's more stuff up there we need to look at up there.
That's awesome.
So much untapped stuff.
What about people's experiences in the museum? Do you have some stories of what people have experienced here?
Yeah, nightmares, being pushed, scratched down here. I've had experiences down here myself, on camera with voices behind us. I think we all were affected by Annabelle one another. I mean, it makes me nervous even talking about that, because I don't even like, if you notice that my back is to her a lot, I don't even like acknowledging her actually, because I was arrogant. You know, I was younger and kind of an asshole. I mean, you know, and taking it really lightly, and then something happens and you're like, oh my, the coincidence was too much. She was in my car at one time, I was transporting her, and I ended up in the hospital for a long time, and she was just in my car behind me, driving my car, and I was actually joking, which you shouldn't, I guess, you know. I just remember thinking it was like 2 in the morning, it was pouring rain out, thundering and lightning, and you know these are small little roads around here, side roads. I remember thinking, if that bitch jumps out of that freaking case, I am jumping out of my friggin' Jeep. I don't give a damn. I remember thinking that. That's when I dropped her off, actually, and I got sick right afterwards. And I don't want to go too far in it, but I got very, I was in ICU for a long time. And it was unexplained. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. And I don't know if she did it. The coincidence was there. This is long before anyone got sick. Tony actually put 2 and 2 together. And he actually had a priest come visit me. I needed a heart transplant. I was an athlete. I was into weightlifting like for years. Since I was a kid, I was mountain bike riding all over the place in the country, and just my heart just stopped. And it was a nightmare. But Tony actually got a priest to come out and with me, and he put a healing shawl over me and prayed over me for a long time, and my heart started again. I had a heart pump. I had equipment hanging from me for well over a year. It was a long journey. I don't know, but even the doctor said, you're a mystery the day I met you. You don't need a cardiologist anymore. He goes, you're off the heart transplant list. He goes, there's 1% chance of that happening.
Wow.
Where you live, he said. And he goes,
that's crazy.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if that does. I'd rather walk on cautiously, in the cautious side, and not screw around with it. But you know, it was a long journey. I think it was actually altogether, it was a 6-year journey.
Man.
From getting sick to the cardiologist just telling me a few months ago, you don't need a cardiologist anymore. And we don't know, like I said, that's his quote, you're a mystery when I met you, you're a mystery now. I don't get it, because what's happened. To the point I did say, was I really sick? Because you were sick. I coded.
Yeah.
Actually, how bad it was. I coded for 7 minutes. It was that bad. It was a nightmare.
Well, we're glad you're still here.
Yeah, so am I. But again, I don't know. I spent a lot of time down here. That thing was in my Jeep 2 nights before, and I was joking about it and stuff, and boom.
Better be safe than sorry.
Yeah. So it's definitely. Again, I don't know if she did or not. I don't want to give her credit even for doing it, but I just walked cautiously around her, you know. You know, there was an alleged death down here years ago. Ed told me the story about the kid. You may have heard it. Motorcycle tapping on the glass, making fun of Annabelle. Ed threw him out. Ed was furious. Ed took this stuff very serious. He did have a sense of humor. You know, he was a great guy, a normal guy. But with this, he took it very serious. And he said he threw him out. And he said about an hour later the kid was dead from a motorcycle accident not too far from here. But my scientific mind always says, all right, he was an asshole down here. Maybe he got in his motorcycle and he was driving like an asshole. But again, the coincidence is here. So I don't know. You know, I never verified the story either. But I mean, Ed always told us that story. And of course, the priest that I told you about who picked the doll up. And Lorraine said that later on she realized she can see auras, that you should never mix your aura with that thing. She goes, it's a horrible aura on that, and you mix it, you're screwed. And so that was kind of the thing. And I'm sure again, the museum's been closed for, my gosh, I'm gonna guess and say 2012, we closed it because of zoning laws. So not a lot of people have been in here outside of us. And but we used to have people come through here all the time. I think it's Dylan walking away, so that's a legit noise. But but it's yeah, so it's I'm sure people have experiences. I hope they write and tell you in comments and stuff like that. But
I'm sure they will.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Hope they do, right? And again, for people to say, I did ask Ed one time, so what do I say to people who said, that's fake, or there's no such thing as ghosts? He said, Rick, I say to him, I'm glad you don't believe. That tells me you were never afflicted by a haunting or that thing. Because I never want anyone ever to be afflicted by it. So if you don't believe, he said, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, it's, so I kind of liked his answer. It shocked me a little bit, but I kind of liked his answer. Because it's fine. Believe what you want. Sometimes you got to experience stuff. And I was one of those guys, you know. Dylan was one of the guys. He had to experience. He definitely did not believe when he first started helping us out here. And quickly he did, right? Very quickly.
When I walked out there, I heard the door creak behind me, and it didn't close.
The front or the hallway?
Just, I heard it. I was sitting on the church pew, and all I heard was the door.
What door?
Just creak open.
You don't know what it was? Okay.
I don't know, but I heard it clear as day. There's a door that creaked open.
We've all been down here, and when he first started helping us, he really did not believe in it. I used to laugh. I'm like, all right, let him find out if there's something watching him from behind. And that is the #1 complaint of people that are down in this room alone, is there somebody watching you. And even not even in this room, but you could be in where the table was, or we call it the furnace room, where the furnace is in there. And you feel somebody behind you watching you, and you feel them behind you. And to the point where I felt them on my back, where he first saw his first paranormal experience. So I mean, it's
when you asked what you feel when you're first,
I did. Right? I want to know what you feel when you walk in here.
For me, you exactly said what I feel. I feel like I'm being watched.
That's a feeling down
and
here.
Also, like I'm the like where your sign says, do not touch anything. It's almost like getting drawn into touching something. See, like almost being tempted.
I don't know. I met you just like an hour ago. But a lot of people that are sensitive are drawn to things, and you got to be careful with that, because it can affect you. And we learned our lesson from that, and you are drawn to things, and you got almost like, I'm shutting Annabelle off right now from behind me. I just leave her behind. I'm not blocking her out. I'm just not acknowledging her behind me right now. And that is what I kind of do down here a lot of times. So I don't scare easy anymore. I think at first I was so afraid I quit. Lorraine talked me into coming back. She's so sweet, I had to come back. And I never was afraid again. It was more of my curiosity started to get to me, or the intrigue of what hauntings are. Why is this happening to us? And I work at Yale University, like I said, scientific minded, and I try to figure it out.
So you mentioned, though, you had a lot of people have like a commonality when they came in here and felt.
Like you said, what
was it?
Seeing, watching, and also the air is heavy sometimes down here, so bad you can't stay in here. It's not always. Right now I don't feel it, but the looking is the #1
seeing
complaint.
and watching.
Someone's watching, and people can say, "Oh, I am." You're maybe you're getting psyched out by all this stuff. Right? It's happening in the furnace room. Like I said, there's no artifacts in there, but it's connected. It's happening in the basement. Where you feel like something's
so that's definitely what I feel.
And strangers have said it. Complete strangers coming here for the first time. And sometimes I think, all right, you're getting psyched out, but one after the other.
And there's obviously faces and so forth that are facing inward towards us, but there's also objects that don't have a face.
Well, and I think you're probably a reasonable guy. You know, all right, but you know that feeling when you're being watched.
Exactly.
It is
and surrounded here.
I can feel it.
I
can
tell you, since I felt that tug on my jacket, it feels like there's someone like standing on my shoulder.
Right, and
there's a guy right behind you.
Dylan's no, he's not.
But it's like
he's not.
actual,
Right, Dylan is behind you, but yes, you were. Was it you that got something tugged down here also, or tapped?
No, I got the back of my head palmed.
That's what it was. Someone palmed the back of his head.
Actually standing right about where you are, and something just went like that to the back of my head, and then I just walked out. Matt
got his shirt pulled down here on the back of his shirt. He accused Wade of doing it. Wade wasn't near him. Wade can tell you this story when you meet Wade. Being touched down here, different things. Oh, that may have been my water bottle. I'm so sorry. That was probably me.
It was behind me.
Oh, it was behind you? Okay, because I am holding a water bottle, so I don't know if it's making noises. But yeah, it's everywhere down here. And again, there's no one above us. People think from the movies that they're upstairs. There is no one above us. That is the loft and the ceiling, and that's it. The house is off a little bit. Yeah, we don't. Thank God. Yeah.
Well. Are there any other objects that we haven't covered that are interesting?
Warner Brothers gifted us this from Annabelle Comes Home, and I gotta. Well, her head is actually okay. I'm not gonna try to fix her.
On the camera.
Yeah, but she is looking down. She's awkward in this case, but that is not cursed. That is a movie prop.
But it's a screen-used one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I think they used 10 or 8. I forgot what he said from Annabelle Comes Home. And he gifted this to us. Now, why she's over here and not over there is because that is Annabelle from the movies. People think of her. And we're actually kind of cautious of putting her close to Annabelle because we don't want an effect. Maybe somehow get cursing her. And there's even rumors, oh, you have 2 Annabelles. We don't have 2 Annabelles. People say it all the time. Online, there's only one Annabelle and that is it. We would never do that because, again, if we pretended something was Annabelle, slowly we're actually putting that curse into that doll ourselves by making believe what it is. If you believe something hard enough, I believe that it can actually start something, an echo kind of. So that's a movie prop. That's not her. When I first saw her, when they said, oh, that's Annabelle, I'm like, that's Annabelle. I said, who the hell would give that to their kid? Who the hell would buy that for their kid? That's scary than hell. But they wanted a scary element for the movie. There's some people that claim that Warner Brothers, Mattel, whatever the company, Hasbro, wouldn't give the rights. I don't know, but I know James Wan wanted something to set the mood. And that is the first shot of The Conjuring, is her eye up close and pulls away to set the mood of the movie. So I did it. So, you want to see the passageway? It's kind of amazing.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's go around. Yeah, she's pretty, huh?
I just bought one.
Did you really?
Really?
Not a screen use one.
Yeah, that's an actual screen one, yeah. All right, so this is actually a passageway. Ed used to call it the haunted passageway because Ed was a lot of fun, you know. But he's actually right. It is a haunted passageway. It's not a joke. There's a couple of step downs here, so just be careful when you walk in. And Elton really fixed this up. This connects the house to the museum. And Ed was an artist. Elton found a lot of his work. Some of the stuff was already here. We dedicated this actually to Dan Rivera, who we lost, was one of our main investigators, a great guy. And that was his joke doll, so that's all that is. It was fun. Wade is an artist also. Wade painted Dan. And so a lot of these pictures you see here, we found a lot of these that Ed Warren painted, and we just found them everywhere. It was just amazing. And this is the famous hallway. If you watched our first live stream here, when Matt was here, and Matt was on the other side of this door, and this door started going like that to him.
Really?
Yeah, it's scary. I think Matt ran up the stairs. I think he touched 3 stairs running up the stairs. And I remember saying to him, you got to go back down. He's like, I don't want to. I'm like, dude, you just bought a house. You have to go downstairs.
Yes,
so, it's your house. Yeah. So you'll recognize this room. Watch your head. This is,
thank you,
where we were at before. This is our meeting room. And we had this door closed for, I'm going to guess, 13 years. And Elton actually opened it again and cleaned it out. It was filled with stuff. So the heart he put into this house is amazing. It's actually amazing, the stuff he's done to this home. And so it is. It is what it is. You can get more detail later if you want. Elton comes here. He knows so much because of this house.
This was good.
Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. But I mean,
we're good, man.
Again, we can film more stuff, and I couldn't show you everything at the museum because, first of all, your head was fried in there looking at all this stuff. But there's 700, I think, I'm going to get this wrong, 21 items on display in there. Plus the stuff he just brought in, which he'll tell you about, where his stuff was, the voodoo dolls. Ed loved Halloween, so he had a Halloween display there. And Elton had all this stuff, so we were in here the other day cleaning. We just came up with the idea, let's remove the Halloween stuff because people want to investigate in here. You can't investigate Halloween props. So we carefully moved them to Ed's office, which I didn't show you. I should have showed you, sorry. But we put Elton's new stuff on display in there, and he has a lot of cool stuff. Yeah, Ed's office is off the room. It really is just an office. There's a desk in there. Some of his old equipment's in there. It's kind of cool. I should have showed you. We can go back if you want to see it. I mean,
sure.
I know Elton will bring you back down, but it was Ed Warren's office.
We might as well cover it while we're with it. Right? Then we can wrap it.
Yeah.
Go back out the
I hate you
door.
missing this. I totally forgot about his office.
Second trip through the tunnel.
Right? I think they give me a freaking Caesar.
You have that one.
I have that exact.
Yeah. Look at it. I'm like, oh my God, dude. Watch your step, guys, okay? Because I'm a guy who trips over it all the time. But yeah, we had the music box over there in the passageway, and I just kind of aimed it that way, as looking down there, and all of a sudden you see something peek around the corner. Go back again. It peeked around the corner again. The music box went off, the sensitive on the ground went off, and it was pretty amazing. Then, a few minutes later, it was in the box for the Annabelle, and Elton was holding it was in the box. It stayed in there for about 3 to 4 minutes. You could literally see it in the box pushing upwards like it was trying to get out. It was amazing, actually. And it went off for about 4 minutes. So it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I would say.
Ed's office is right behind you. It's kind of dark in there. I've got a light here for you. This was his office. We'd hang in here also. He kept all of his equipment in here. That's his Halloween stuff we put back there so carefully, and we displayed it. There's a lot of books back here and a lot of files back here, empty files that Warner Brothers probably took on us. But not that it's bad, but you know, they had to make the movies, so they took a lot of his backstories. So we hung his painting on. I remember Ed using that tape recorder. He was old school. That was his equipment, and we also had Lorraine. She was our equipment, and that was it we used. And so this was his office, and listened to tapes back here and things, and it was pretty incredible.
It's cool to see their original equipment.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I remember the tape recorder. It's kind of funny. You know, I remember us using that, and he also had these. There's the old tape recorder behind you. Yeah,
cool.
You strung the tape through. But he wrote a lot of books. That was how they made their money: conferences, books, and things like that. And some of his books are back here. We found manuscripts. We found first drafts before they were published. Demonologist, before it was published. The draft itself, the type draft, with errors and everything, and the corrections and stuff.
You guys know who the new ownership of the building consists of, and you know this guy from our previous videos. He's a very close friend of ours, Mr.
Elton Castay.
So how has it been owning this place, man? Tell us about it.
I mean, it's been genuinely unreal. It happened really fast. So, like, obviously I had joked around with Tony and Dan and everyone else like years ago. The first time I ever came, you're like, hey, do you guys ever want to sell it? You know, I do that kind of everywhere I go because it's a dream to own a location. And then in April, I just get a text from Dan. I'm on a vacation. It's the first vacation I've taken in like years. And I promised Ginger I wouldn't work. And I literally look at my phone and I see Dan, and it just goes, hey man, do you want to buy a house? And I look at Ginger and I show it to Ginger and I'm like, can I? And she goes, go ahead. And Dan goes, hey, they're thinking about selling the house. And would you want to? And all this. And long story short, I ended up getting the phone with Tony and Judy and Chris and everyone else and just talking about the house. And because there was a fear that if the house got sold, it could go into, like, let's say, like the wrong hands. Someone who doesn't have the right intent or the legacy, respect, whatever it was. And they knew me. I slept right here for 5 straight nights for a 24/7 charity stream that we did to raise like just over $500,000 for Feeding America. So like I'd spent a lot of time with them, and I think they recognized that. And ultimately, yeah, so in April it happens, paperwork, all that. We legally own the house August 4th. So almost 4 months, I think to the day, we ended up owning the house, announcing it August 4th, and then in 8 weeks, I mean, I don't know if you've seen what the house used to look like, some of the old videos. I mean, most of the rooms were this high in boxes, and we found black mold, and it was flooded. The foundation was cracked, the plumbing was cracked. I mean, this house was not livable, and that's just the home aspect, and then just every single day. But the beautiful part about it was, because it was in that condition, you know, most of those areas hadn't been touched in like 12, 13 years. The entire basement had just not been touched. So with that being said, I went through every single morsel. Like, yes, there were Christmas decorations. Yes, there was like storage supplies, but then there were the letters. There were like the real letters, like to Lorraine Warren, to Ed Warren, and then from Lorraine and Ed to other people. And all of these incredible things that like had just never been documented. Like, I watched every documentary, every movie, every interview, and I always had these weird fascination with like, people say they'd worked on 10,000 cases, and I'm like, well, how? Like, that doesn't make sense with time. Like, there's no way you're doing it. Like, even me, I was like, they said it, but how? And then I started realizing that they had thousands of letters of people saying, hey, I'm dealing with this in my home, what do I do? And they would write back. And like, hey, I'm dealing with this, what do I do? And they would write back. I have this item, like, what do I, like, and they would respond to all these people. And even if they couldn't personally help, they would send, the clergy, they would send a priest or someone else they knew in all these different places. So I got to read all these letters, read how they respond to people, the photos. I got to see all the checks they would write to charity. Like, I learned how not rich they were. A lot of people think they made a lot of money. And like, I saw their bank statements. I saw all their bank statements from like 2001 until 2019, like all of them. I learned a lot about them throughout this process that I think I'm very grateful that the house was in the condition it was, because it forced me to go through everything with like extreme detail. And I think just things that would have been lost along the way. And then that's allowed me to talk to Tony and Judy and ask deeper questions that we've had, off camera to understand more about, her parents. So I think like that process of owning the house itself has been unreal. The paintings I found Lorraine's paintings. I didn't even know Lorraine painted. And I found them in the loft, like literally right above you. They were up there, and I found all these like colorful, like cartoon ones. And I'm like, this is nothing like what Ed painted. And then I found the plaque that said paintings by Lorraine Warren. And I was like, holy, like I didn't, and then even Judy was like, we haven't seen these in 40, 50 years. So like I've learned so much, and like I found the early, his name's not Edward Warren, it's Edward Warren Miney. So I found the original painting signed Miney, like his very first stuff before he became Ed Warren, before he did Barn Door Studios. So like I've been able to go backwards.
And I'm genuinely glad that you are the owner.
Appreciate it.
Versus like anybody else. Because I feel like you actually care. Like being friends with you for years now, like we know you. So
yeah. No, I do.
This is good, man.
It's a home. You know what I mean? Like it's to me, it's always Ed and Lorraine Warren's home. It's always forever Ed and Lorraine Warren's home and the Warren Occult Museum. Like forever and always. Like I don't care. Like it's not Matt's house. We don't own it. It's like we're responsible for Ed and Lorraine Warren's home. And that's like forever and always theirs.
So speaking of all this,
yeah,
what do you think are some of your favorite items in here? Are there some like smaller, lesser known items that you think are really interesting?
So there are 2 items in here that I wouldn't say are like smaller, lesser known, but the museum was very heavily covered for a long time. And these 2 items in particular, the organ from the Phelps Mansion in Stratford, which is now demolished. It used to be completely covered so no one could see it. And then the Conjuring mirror, which is in the newest movie, right? And like at the very end of the movie, you see a photo, I think, of Ed standing like right here looking that way. I think you might even have like the exact angle. And like that photo is at the end of the movie. But it used to be covered with like a Halloween prop. He had a lot of Halloween props in here that we put into his office, just so when people come in here now, they're not like, can't tell. Yeah. So for the first time ever, this is actually like visible, investigatable. Same thing with the organ. So like these are 2 of the lesser, let's say like known from investigation and occurrences, because no one's ever really had access to them, versus Annabelle is, people have investigated it, including myself and other content creators. So these 2 are, I would say, interesting, even me personally. Like I kind of want people to start branching out and not just focusing on the same 2, because I'm just curious what starts happening over here. So those 2 for sure. But obviously Annabelle and Shadow Doll have both kind of made things really difficult. Are you aware of like what's been happening in my personal life?
No.
Cool. Really, you don't know about the break-ins or anything else that's been happening since?
No.
Oh, okay, fun. So never had a break in my house my entire life. Never had any issues. I live in like a moderately safe neighborhood. And since like being here, I've had 3 break-ins in my house.
3?
3 break-ins, not by the same people. 3 different break-ins. The first one happened the night we were on our way here. We were out of country. We were on our way here, and all of a sudden, we like see that there's people in our house, and like long story short, right? We have a break-in. We go, okay, cool. Cops get there, friends get there. We fix it. Everything's fine. Ginger goes home. I come here. I got to work on the house. It's literally on a live stream where it is Rick, myself, and Nick, our camera guy, and it is the exact moment that I put my hand to open the door. Ginger's home alone. Someone breaks into our house. And I had no idea. I'm on live stream and I find out that someone's broken into the house. Ginger's home alone. This lady's like crazy, like threatening to hurt her. And we looked at the Ring camera footage back at home and we looked at the live stream. It was within like the minute. Within the minute. Exact same thing. And we're like, all right, coincidences happen. We talk to the police. We talk to the neighbors. First break-in in at least 10 years. Hasn't happened. Our house isn't like, you have to like go through our gate. Like it's not like you just walk in. We're like, okay, whatever. That lady's in jail. All right, she's in jail now. Like she stole Ginger's car. She crashed Ginger's car. They tried to steal my car. Yep, they tried to steal my car. My pin lock system like prevented it, but like literally, they tried to total it, but whatever with insurance. That happens. That lady's in jail. We're like, okay, everything's all good and done. We like fix our security system to make sure it never happens again. That was the last time I live streamed. Hadn't done anything else since then. Then 3 nights ago, maybe it was 4 nights ago at this point, I do my other live stream from this house. I literally have done nothing in between. And then, literally, we start the live stream, we're out the front. The second the gate gets open for us to like show the property, my house gets broken into again. Ginger's home alone. I find out over there on live with Rick coming up to me being like, hey, your house has got broken into again. And I'm like, oh, real funny. He's like, no, actually, it happened again. Completely different people. Doesn't make any sense at all. No one else's house has had an issue. Again, we checked security cameras and the live stream. It was the minute I entered the property again. And it's like, my thing is, coincidences, okay. But I've been in this museum a lot. I'm not afraid, personally, of anything in this museum affecting me, because I just mentally don't allow that like opening in the armor spiritually for that to happen. I just don't think you're going to affect me. My biggest fear, though, is my wife, my family, and my dogs. And it's like every time I come here, something happens to my wife. That is my biggest fear, is something happening to her. And so it's like, what are the odds? The only 3 break-ins in my neighborhood's documented history all happen. Like one, the first time I'm on my way here. The second time is when I show the museum on a live stream for the first time in a while. And then the next time is doing the final reveal of the house. And now, no one knows this yet, but both my dogs are sick and we don't know why. I have a 9-year-old husky who's like super healthy. We can't figure out what's going on with him. He's like massive diarrhea, he's blood. We can't figure it out. The vet doesn't know what's happening. My other dog, she's older. Her face is starting to swell up. Her ear's getting all infected. We don't understand what's happening there either. And the vets are like, we solve one problem, get another. And like, so that would be my next biggest fear. Like my wife, my family, my dogs. So to me, it's like, that's what's been happening, which is scarier than anything else. And that's why I'm like, as a person that's never really gone to a location fearful of something happening to me, that's why I'm making it mandatory for people to come here to have to go into the spiritual sanctuary. We got a priest here to sanctify it, to bless the rosaries, to fill up the holy water, to the church pew that's there is like, I'm literally making it requirement, whether you believe in it or you believe in it or you believe in it or not, just do it. Because like I literally had like an existential crisis on live stream being like, what are the odds of this happening? And it's just, so that to me has been the craziest shit. And obviously I've been in here a lot lately, and to have that level of effect on me is a little
that's
bizarre.
Horrible, dude.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, so it's like I'm like waiting for, like, it sounds really but like I'm waiting for the text that's like, got into a car accident or something happened to my dog. Like I'm like literally like pretty anxious about it now that whenever I get a photo of my dog, I'm like, what's wrong? Like it's kind of starting to bother me, and I haven't been home in a while. And I go home in like 4 days, and like, so I'm hoping it calms down, but it's really very strange to me. Like I'm getting more and more nervous now, like when I drive, and there was even a day like the entire staff here together. We were all in a car together to go visit a location for a future museum, and out of nowhere we had this huge patch of like fog, just dense fog, and I'm going, I don't know, 80, 85 miles an hour, and the fog clears, and all of a sudden I have a car going like 35 miles an hour in front of me, and I cranked the wheel, and I think I was that far away, and I think, dude, we would have died. And it was all of us. It was like the entire team was in one car, and it was at the border of like Connecticut going into Massachusetts. And like everyone in the back was just like, kind of just went cold and silent, because like luckily I had good enough reflexes. But it was like the only time we've all been in the car together. The only time. 4 people at all, like, you know, it's Chris, Rick, myself, and then Evan, right, who's my main camera guy. We were all together, all looking at a new museum location, and it was like the only time, and it literally were like inches away from, I assume I would have hit the rear of their car, spun me sideways into like, you know, the berm ditch, and rolled, and that would have been it. And dude, it was the weirdest just patch of fog. It was just like 40 feet worth, and then just car right in front of me, and it didn't make, So all these little things that like I'm trying to like ignore, but also coincidences are pretty extreme, I would call it, for all of those to the minute things that keep happening.
Definitely.
Yeah. So.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, shit, dude.
That's fun. That's just personal life. Obviously, I investigate in here with people, and we have those types of results. But at this point, I'm just like, please, you know, let's chill out. Because I don't know what to do to stop that. Like, I can turn off a Panasonic, I can turn off the REM pod. But I can't turn off all the people that keep trying to break into my house and try and kill my wife.
Jesus.
So I'm like,
that's up, dude. Broke in, like, Ginger was like...
Ginger was there. Yeah. Ginger was literally like there sitting in the living room, and then all of a sudden this lady just came in the house, was like, I'm gonna f you up, like I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna do all this, and like we have all the ring footage of it all and everything, and then literally the other night she was watching the live stream, and then all of a sudden just sees someone in our house just throwing shit around.
So they're not even like paying attention to her?
No, that's the weirdest thing. And these are not, I know people are like, oh, they're watching you live. No. We know who's in jail. These are not people that are watching. They're not fans. They have no idea what YouTube is. Literally just some crazy lady walked into our house just 4 nights ago and just went through our closet and our cabinets and just started just taking it out and throwing it. Didn't even steal anything, just started throwing it around. And it's like, you know, it's kind of known that people are the most susceptible to, let's say, demonic or attachments are people who use drugs, because they're mentally more susceptible to it. And it's like, the first lady was arrested was definitely, we found fentanyl and like coke and a ton of stuff like in her bag when the police were there. So obviously we knew, and then this lady for sure she was not there. So it's like, Ginger hates, for the record, Ginger hates when I talk about it. She really hates it.
Yeah.
Like one, her biggest fear is home invasion, and then 2 is like, if we do start to give it credit, it's like, well, what do we do to stop it? So that's fun.
Damn.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So it's really cool finding all of Lorraine's letters, and then also it's like, dude, the Venn diagram is this wide in here, dude. It really is just, it's unreal, man. But truly,
I don't know how to move on from that. That's crazy.
That's intense.
Yeah.
That shit makes me want to like check on Courtney and make sure she's alright.
Dude, like you guys know me.
Yeah.
I'm not the dude to build a spiritual sanctuary and to ask a priest and there was something telling me, this was before the second break-in, there was just something telling me that was like, the chicken coop needs to be something like, and I'm not that person, you know what I mean? Like, it was just something in this house was just in my soul, just going, dude, you got to do this. You got to do this. Like, no one was paying to come here for the sanctuary. Like, we were already sold out. You know what I mean? Like, it was just something that was like, Elton, just spend the money, get it done, get it perfect, like get the lights and get the prayer and get the rosaries, get the holy water, like get the St. Michael statue, put the pew, like it was just like something was just telling me to do this, and I was like, cool.
Do you think that could be like Lorraine or Ed?
I do. I think it's Lorraine, because Lorraine loved her chickens. Yeah. Like in the winter, she would bring them in the house. Like, you mean, like she loved her chickens, she loved her roosters, like she got her chickens and roosters cremated. Like, we found the ashes. You know what I mean? Like, we found the ashes. Like, that's the level that she loved them. And to me, it's like that. Wade, Chris, Rick and I, Tony, like, we all think that's what it was. Yeah. It's like Lorraine just kind of being like, hey. Which makes sense, because most of the house does feel very Ed. It's a lot of his paintings. It's his decorum, like the dark wood, the brick. It's very Ed. And like, the one space that feels 100% Lorraine was like her favorite place, which is like the chicken coop. Which to me is beautiful, because it shares the wall with Ed's office. Yeah. Like, if you look at it from the outside, like they right there down the middle. That's awesome.
So going off all this, what do you think? I know this area is obviously active. Yeah. But in the house in general, what are the spots where you've documented the most activity, or where have people told you feels like the heaviest?
Sure. I mean, just full honesty, the house hasn't been really heavily investigated. Most people come here, they come to the museum, this exhausts them, they go to the basement, their last like 30 minutes of energy gets evaporated, and then they go to sleep. Like, the people that have investigated here so far, some of them haven't made it past 11 p.m.
Really?
They'll start at 9:30, and by 11, they're like, I need to go to sleep. And I'm like, you came all the way here from this state or this state or this state. Someone last night literally went to sleep, I think before 11. Like, was in out cold. And
crazy.
Like,
wow.
No one's made it. I don't think anyone's made it till even 3 in the morning yet. And I'm here, so like, I'm not, like, they're not limited on their hours. Yeah. It's just sucking the life out of people, because everyone comes here first. Like, we've had incredible things happen in the basement. The very first time in the basement, we had a light turn itself like off and on. We couldn't figure it out. When Matt was here investigating with us, the passageway door that connects this way to the basement moved twice on its own. You can go move that door. It's a heavy door. Yeah. It's cinder block. The windows are shut. There's no draft at all in this place. Had that move, got it on camera. We also had the lights at the top of the stairwell connecting the main part of the house to the basement. Those turn itself on and off. The only light switch to it is there, and like did it on command. We've had that light out there turn itself on and off. Like, we've had light bulbs that, like, the electricity of the house is starting to get controlled at will, and like, it's always in like the right moment. You know what I mean? It's never just like, oh, the light turned. It's like, we're like talking about something extremely relevant, off, on. And just every single time, it's never just, meh. Again, like, I changed every light bulb in this house. We did all the wiring. I've had to do hard wires on every single camera in here. All the security cameras are hardwired. There's nothing on Wi-Fi because it wouldn't work. I had to like run so many HDMIs because they just kept like frying out. So every single thing in here is hardwired in. Like literally our internet cables to our cameras, every single thing. There's not a single thing on Wi-Fi here because it won't work. Like, it just gets jammed up. So I don't know, but I mean,
it's a lot of work.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I don't think anyone's even investigated the main house yet, like at all. Like anyone. Like, I mean, I've been in there and I've had bags get moved, like pushed off and things like that. And we've heard tapping and we've heard huge banging sounds, but it's never been in like response to a question, because I'm just there, just doing what I need to do, and things keep happening. But I mean, we just opened it up. You guys are like the first ones to get the whole house. You know what I mean? Like the whole thing. Like all of it's accessible to you. Now every single room is 100% ready for you guys.
That's going in the trailer. Thank you. That's
I'll do
perfect.
It again. You guys will be the first ones to investigate the entire house.
You gotta say, if you can survive the night.
If you can survive the night.
Thunder crack.
But actually, though, for real.
Yeah, no, that's, dude, thank you, man. This is,
Yeah, you guys can stay in Ed's den, which is just, it's the room he passed away in. You guys can stay in Lorraine's room, which is the same thing as the room she passed away in. And they're actually like sleepable, livable rooms now, which I think is nice because they feel the way they should have, right, before they were storage. So
they both passed away in the house?
Yes.
Interesting.
2006 for Ed, 2019 for Lorraine.
And so the Ed's den, there was no bed in there.
Correct, yeah. Ed's den was the desk, so right, and it gets kind of cold in here, so he would go into there. So that was like his den to paint, write, all those different kinds of things. In that closet, did they show you the whole discovery cabinet? Okay. Yeah, the holy water was, just insane things. We found the first draft of the demonologist in there, the very first draft, just all messed up, ink smeared, you know what I mean?
That's so cool.
That's where all of that happened. The demonologist is what created the Conjuring universe. And so in that room is where he would reread, what Gerald Brittle, transcribed for him and fact check it and all that stuff. So that was his room. And then the bedroom, and then Lorraine's office is in the basement in the furthest corner. And that's where I said I found all of her. She kept everything, dude. Yeah. People would send her cards and thank you letters, and she kept everything. So
that's so cool.
It's cool.
Mm-hmm. It's like you have your own archaeology site.
Yeah.
Dude, seriously.
No, she kept. So they used to bring people here. People don't. Everyone says oh, why would you do that? The Warrens would never. It's they did. Everything we're doing is what the Warrens. It's what they did, and so we found their sign-in sheet. You know what I mean? It would be November 2nd, 2004, whatever the dates were, and it would say all the people's names and if they paid the $10 and everything was there. And do they what were they doing? Were they doing the review? Were they doing museum? And so we found all of that stuff. And
cool.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they used to host ghost hunting trips in Scotland. You could go ghost hunting in the United Kingdom with the Warrens.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and people have messaged me being I was one of those people that went on that trip, and so I've been getting messages from other people learning, people that have come to the house who ate popcorn with Lorraine and all this stuff. So
it's crazy.
Yeah, man, it's really cool.
It's really cool that I was thinking of this. This isn't the first time we've wanted to come here.
I know.
We've reached out.
Yeah, you've asked me for years to help you get in here,
and we just never did. But now, thinking about that, I'm we saved it for the best opportunity ever.
Dude, you want to know what's so crazy? I had the exact same conversation with Dan. So I reached out to Dan. I think we messaged him every single month from when Lorraine was alive, 2017, 2018. We stopped in 2019 when it happened. 2020 they kept messaging him, and then one day he finally answered. And I'm so glad he didn't answer the first message, because I would have been an idiot. I still am, but I would have been a real idiot, and I did not deserve to be here. I knew nothing, and I'm just so I'm always forever grateful that he didn't say yes the first time. And so it could be literally I've had that same exact thing where maybe I needed to wait,
it's destiny.
It's cool. Part of a bigger plan, or I don't know what to call it, but we're meant to be here right now, I believe.
Yeah, man.
And also, I guess my last question for you that I would have would be, how does it feel knowing that now you are a part of paranormal history, owning this place, restoring it, and not only just doing that, but also adding your own energy and your touch and your story into this story? Because you're now a part of it. It's not like you're just the caretaker. You are in it now.
I'm not even thinking about that. Just genuinely, I'm not. I look around this place and I go, how do I make it where no one can bump into something and no one can accidentally break it? What can I do in here so people have the best paranormal tools they can use? I know it sounds idiotic, I don't give a shit about me in the scenario at all. Matt and I ran numbers 101 ways, and we're if we sell out every single night for 7 years, we get back to break even. every single night with absolute perfection, nothing happening. I already went $60,000 over budget. Matt doesn't know that. Sorry, bud. Like he doesn't know that. Like all the stuff in the van I just bought, I bought it. You know what I mean? Like all these all these little things, dude. Like I don't care. I just want people to know the full story about Ed Lorraine. Yeah. And like the first step is getting the home pristine, the items perfectly well kept, like the roof shuttered. You mean like everything needs to be perfect so this home can last another century? And then next step is going into the VHSs, the cassettes, the photos, the letters, scanning everything, and then telling that story. That's all I care about. And then the next step is like, sure, people are reaching out to me now and going, hey, we have this in our house or museum. We'd love for you to have it. Great, love it. But like, I don't care. You know what I mean? Dude, when Matt got all the headlines, Matt bought the Warren house, Matt bought the Horn house, I was like, well, yeah, dude. Yeah. Everyone's like, oh, Elton doesn't get any credit. I'm like, shut up, I don't want it. Like, let me just work. Like, let me just clean this moldy ass basement without a mask on. You know what I mean? Like, let me just get this done. That's all I cared about, man.
But I think that's why they reached out to you, for you to buy this house.
Yeah, maybe.
And that's why you're part of the story. It's because you're doing all of that. It's not a self-serving, self-credit-seeking motive. Like, you genuinely care. And I think it's awesome, man. Like, that's why when we said, like, you're the best person to have bought it and to be here.
Thanks, dude.
It's because of that.
Thanks, dude. For the record, like, I remember when you guys asked me to help you get in here. Like, I didn't forget that. I also remember that you guys helped me do the charity event. Like, I didn't forget that. So, like, yeah, I was waiting.
You did help us get in
here. You did help us get in here. Just a few years later, you know.
But I think if you look at my text, you would see that I said I would help you if I could. And, like, you know, I asked, and they had their reasons for what they did and what they didn't do. And so when it happened, you know what I mean? Like, I literally held the date. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you guys are here before we open because I wanted to 100% make sure you guys could get in. So.
So sweet.
Yeah.
No, it really is, man.
That means the world to us.
Well, is there anything else you want to say or talk about in here?
I don't know. I'm like genuinely excited to have this place be a paranormal research hub center because like part of also what I did is, you know, you can't see it, but behind Annabelle used to be these two glass windows and they were exposed. Like they were glass windows. And for security reasons, I was like, let's not have glass windows there. And then also for noise, you know what I mean? Like, I want to know. I boarded them up. I think we put on 2-inch thick boards, blocked those windows in. So we know for a fact there's no window, there's no creaks. Straight up, we had a mice problem, eradicated the mice problem. I know it's like a brutal thing to say, but like, you know, people are living here, don't want mice. And then also paranormal. Like, if I hear a tip-tap, tippity-tap, like, I don't want to think, oh, maybe it's a mice. So, like, we haven't had a single mouse found in a couple weeks. So, like, I think we solved the problem. So, like, I will say, like, we went to that extra level to, like, make sure if you hear a tap in the glass, it's not wind. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, everything's sealed up. Everything's weather sealed. Like, there's no, like, and maybe if you hear that's a mouse trap. But, you know, like, maybe that. So, I don't know. I'm excited to know what you guys get because you're going to investigate a different way than you're going to investigate than I'm going to investigate and the people coming next week. And if we start seeing patterns across 100 different groups on 100 different nights with 100 different personalities, ethnicities, religious beliefs, attitudes, all of that, and we start getting the same things, like, it's pretty cool.
That is really cool.
It is very cool.
So that's kind of what I'm excited for. I'm excited to like sit back, listen to everything that's happening, and, you know, kind of further document the same things that Ed and Lorraine did.
Are there any items in here that scare you? Because I know you're a very skeptical dude.
Yeah. It's just, again, I say this now, I said earlier, like now I'm kind of anxious all the time. Like literally every time I check my phone, I'm like, what bad news am I about to get? Like that's the level I'm at. But like when I first started coming in here, I always just kind of, you know, Wade would tell me, like, you know, picture yourself in the white light, and Tony would say do this, and Dan would say do that, and I would do everything, even though I'm not, you know, a religious person to that level, but I would do it. And beyond that, I always feel as though I'm like protected. So if you would have asked me this question 7 weeks ago, before the first break-in, I'd be like, no. That's just my thought. But now I'm starting to realize, like, okay, maybe, you know, the issue is like I don't know what item is doing what. Like, of course, I want to naturally go, Annabelle, but I don't know. Like, I literally cannot prove it one way or the other.
There's so many items, so many stories and energies in here.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a gigantic battery of energy.
Yeah.
So when it comes to Annabelle and a lot of haunted dolls, I know that I've posted videos of haunted dolls, you have too, but people always say, I'm sorry for looking at you. And like they apologize because they think that these things can come through the screens. And we talked to a guy at the Garnet House who said that he believes things can go through the screen. What are your thoughts on all of that? Like, is it dangerous for someone to watch footage of Annabelle?
So my thought on it is, I think the people, I don't want any of this to come off like condescending, I guess, but I think the people that are saying those things, like, I'm sorry for looking in your eyes, you didn't, I think they should. Because those are the people that feel as though they can be afflicted. And I do genuinely believe like manifestation's a real thing. I do wholeheartedly believe if you really concentrate, I mean, this house is case in point. Like I, for years, was like, one day I'm gonna own the house. I have all the text messages with my friends, with Dan, like all these different things of like, one day I'll own the house. Like one day, you know, like I really firmly believe that. So I do think the people that think the doll can affect them through the screen, if that what they need to do is say, you cannot, I think they should. Because I think those people can, if you really go, like, I think this doll can affect me, I think this doll can affect me, this doll can affect me. If I believe in positive manifestation, why is there not the inverse of that?
Yeah.
So yeah, but I don't think it's like necessarily Annabelle or the entity, the demon inside of it that's like, I see you through the screen, let me get you. Yeah. I think it's just you yourself are allowing that negative energy to get to you.
Well, I think we're about ready to get going.
Yeah.
Right?
Do we want to start in here? We want to start in
I want to start in the house.
Do it.
Come on in. This is our little spiritual haven sanctuary. I have blessed it earlier and did a fumigation method in here. It would be an excellent place for people to come when they visit the museum if they feel any uneasiness, lightheadedness, or even mostly before they go in, if they want to ground themselves, if they want to remind that there are good spirits about to help them, to guide them, and that they're not alone. This would be the room for that atonement and to basically center themselves. So if you'd like, may I do a quick blessing?
Yeah, of course.
And if you would like any holy water, you don't have to. I'd be glad to administer that for you. Okay, just hold your hand out so I can pour some on in your palm, like that. And if you were not religious, if you didn't belong to any church or spiritual group, all you would do to say to yourself is I believe this fluid will protect me, and I place it on my heart. Okay, for protection before you go in. So what I like to do is close your eyes and breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth, and that oxygenates your brain. Okay, helps you with the visualization. So imagine around your body a white light. It's called the Christ white light. And this will engulf your aura, your physical body, like an egg, and bring protection. Okay, and then also if you have any other deities that you'd like to call upon privately, such as Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, anything that you use. Nesper, for example, is a faith-based group. We believe in Jesus, for example. We would call upon him to surround you with his protective light. Michael the Archangel. Take a moment here to do that if you'd like to call on one. And or two. I always use two. And then you're going to surround your body with 8 inches of silver light. It creates a mirror reflective that you're repelling out, and also they cannot specifically target you. And you want to seal this gift with a layer of gold light. The gold light I'm talking about is a light that you see in the morning on the ocean as the waves come in. The sun is rising and it's blinding you. The strength of that gold light around your body. And visualize it, if you'd like, 10 inches around your body. And you're now what's called spiritually protected. If you can open your eyes. If you apply that with faith, okay, and belief, it strengthens it all that much. It makes it much more powerful. First thing they'll do in there is make you forget your protections. And that includes any medallions, any medals or etc. that you may have on you. And your body will be immediately into fear, because that's actually a good thing Miss Warren taught me. She says, if you're not in fear being in here, then I don't want you in here, because fear is a protective measure. But we do, especially during in the museum, want to be aware of our body and also what we're investigating and what's nearby. So you want to breathe again and relax your muscles, realizing they're tense, and you can start and continue on with the investigation. That makes sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, one more little detail, and it's not a little detail, and I'm going to go real quick. I know you all do the paranormal. When I say that there are inhuman spirits in the museum, do you know what we mean? Yes? Yes. Okay, good. Okay.
What do you mean, though?
All right. You have a human ghost, then you have a demonic. I'm going very, very quickly. And then you have what's called an inhuman demonic. This is an angel that was kicked out of heaven way before the dinosaurs, and it has roamed the earth. And it doesn't like us because we have a soul. We have a path back to God. It does not. Okay? You have 5 of them, if I'm not mistaken, in the museum behind us. Okay? Behind me. So, they do have one gift. It's called the wisdom of the ages. So they know what you had for breakfast. They know the name of your first pet, okay, when you were a child. And they know the grades you got on your optical exams. All right? So they will use this information against you to trick you. All right? Basically, everything you hear audibly, etc., is a trick or a lie, and it's done to confuse you. All right? Make sense? Any questions?
Why do you say there are 5 in there?
I know that there are 5 specific items in that have an inhuman attachment.
What are they?
Oh, find out. I'm not going to give it away. That would be. You'll learn soon enough. You'll know very soon by their answers.
Okay.
Okay, and Elton will tell you. They've said things that are said an hour later by us, and not knowing that they were even said in there. That is the typical example of knowing that you are working with an inhuman spirit. Make sense? Mm-hmm. You'll see. You'll see the evidence. Okay. Thank you for the honor.
No, thank you.
My pleasure. Just hold that feeling, okay? You've been in there before, but if you get the feeling of like being watched, or something's observing, or something's weird, something's not right, remember, your mind is trying to remember or relate something that's not of this realm, this earth. And you have no memory of that, nothing to relate it to. That's why you get that spacey, what's going on, feeling. Very interesting, right? Mm-hmm. There's more to this life in this world than taxes and football. Yeah. All right.
One question.
Sir.
What is your, if you had one, standout experience that you've had in the museum area?
In there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll tell you off camera because it'll give it focus and attention. And it wasn't in there. It was followed me. Mm. Yeah, it was not properly bound at that time. So that is we'll put it this way. I'll just I don't know if you ever want to use this, but my point is I prefer you didn't. But we did some adjusting in the museum, etc., towards a certain doll. And I can get its telepathy quite easily sometimes. It targets you. My point is, I came home after a 2-hour ride and commute back to New York City, opened my apartment door, and you know those French pots, Le Croissant? They're very, very heavy, good pots, okay? Mm-hmm. Generations pass them down. There were 2 on my kitchen floor, upright with the lids on, and they were held on a shelf that's almost 6.5 feet high. So they were moved from the shelf and down. Once I opened the door, I heard, and I can do it here too. Well, there's trouble right there. So, wow. But there are a lot of memories and examples in here that we need a campfire to answer that question, honestly.
Right.
We need 5-6 hours. But yeah, it's a good question.
It's always interesting to me to hear all of your guys' answers to that question. Is there anything you think we should watch out for when we're in there spiritually that would be like a warning sign, like maybe we should take a break or leave?
You'll know. You'll know. And follow that instinct. You all have that within you, that wisdom, okay? So you know your being, you know your energy levels, and honor that. There's no hero. There's no, if I can stay in an hour longer, I'll be doing good and look good. No. Don't let the cameras fool you. Okay, that's why this room is here. Come in and recharge. Call myself, call Rick, call Chris. Just say, hey, I need a recharge, and we'll come right over to you because we know what's going on, and we don't want that for you. Make sense? Good question. Yeah.
Last thing.
No.
If we, I don't think any of us are necessarily religious, but I would like if you could pray for us.
Absolutely.
Would you do that?
I kind of already done that earlier. Do you want me to do it now?
Yeah, I think it would be
I'm gonna do
powerful for me personally.
Well, okay. Stand kind of like in a bunch in a row, if that makes sense. And here, come on back here. In other words, I'm gonna be touching all of you in a moment.
All right.
Okay. Good. Thank you for that honor. How you feel? How you feel?
Thank you. Good.
I felt good.
Yeah.
A little different than hopefully 5 minutes ago?
Definitely.
Yeah, I felt like just standing there, a little energy wave almost.
You
Not
got
to be
it.
cheesy, but
You got it.
Yeah.
seriously,
You got it. Exactly.
thank you.
My pleasure.
Seriously.
Nice meeting you all.
It was great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, nice to meet
Mary,
you.
nice
Thank
to-
you.
And pleasure. Go forth and then let them get to know you and vice versa.
So, it's just after midnight. All my hair is on end. Can you see the goosebumps, actually?
Goose pimples.
Goose pimples. Standing right here. Guys, you can't even put it into words. To be standing in front of arguably the world's most famous haunted object. I mean, this is a haunted object that has an entire franchise of films devoted to it. This is an object that scares the living hell out of millions of people. I mean, there are millions of you out there who might see this video who would never even stand in the same room as this object, and that is Annabelle. Being here in the Warrens Museum, these objects are everywhere. Like, it's so just hard to believe how many stories there are just within this one room. How many different objects. I mean, if you just even look at this wall, like, this mask probably has a story. This skull probably has a story. Even these tiny objects everywhere that you can't see from the top view, like, they all have stories. And the energy throughout this entire property is just overwhelming. And above all, I mean, I know the Shadow Doll. The Shadow Doll is very famous. I know the Amityville Horror. That's famous. The Devil Made Me Do It case. That's famous. And I obviously know Annabelle. This is a moment that I've been waiting for years to get into this place and to be given access to investigate this location. And Elton has been so kind tonight to actually allow us to be some of the first to properly investigate the property and be given access to the entire place. And he trusts us, we trust him, so it's kind of gloves off. Oh, Jesus. Oh. That was weird. I just choked on myself. Right when I said gloves off, too. That's kind of freaky. Oh, I'm getting a burning in my throat. Weirdly. Okay, that's really weird. I don't like that. My cuffs are starting hiccuping. Yeah, so Annabelle. But you guys are here too. God.
Oh my God.
Well, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We've all seen the Conjuring movies. We all know Ed and Lorraine's story, but this is an opportunity we have to dive even deeper, not in just the ghost hunting aspect of their life, but actual Ed and Lorraine's home that they lived in. They lived their everyday life. They did their work in here. That's such a cool opportunity that we get to experience tonight. And maybe we get to talk to them, get to talk to some ghosts, some really powerful beings, see what else they have in here. I'm really, really excited. I've been telling my parents, they don't even care about ghosts at all. I've been telling them how happy I am and excited I am to do this. And they think I'm crazy. But this is such a cool opportunity to be able to do this.
Yeah, I'm just kind of surreal that we're actually here and looking at everything, and we're gonna be in their house. And Elton just has everything set up so amazing. And it's just hard to believe that we get to actually investigate. So I'm super excited. I just can't wait to see what we catch.
I mean, think about I remember when we saw The Conjuring back in the day. It's like, how weird is it that we all saw The Conjuring in the theater together and how scary that was. And then like a little over 10 years later, we've investigated hundreds of places together as a big family. And now we're actually here in Ed Lorraine Warren's house with Annabelle and all the other things. Just crazy.
Yeah. You see the movies, and we're actually here. Annabelle is right behind you. It's just...
It's a creepy sentence.
Yeah.
Annabelle's right behind you.
And and then we go into...
Right behind me, isn't she?
She actually is.
She is, literally is right behind us.
Yes, she is. And just all of their papers and writings and office. And Lorraine's favorite chair. I mean, everything that's just their house. It's gonna be so cool. I'm really excited.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have kind of said it all already. I mean, it's like you said, we saw these. Oh, I got something in my throat.
Oh, you.
Haven't seen the Conjuring movies, and Ed and Lorraine Warren, and knowing their story, Annabelle. It's like strange to she's right there looking at me. And so yeah, I think you guys have kind of summed it up. I mean, it's kind of surreal. Like we're actually where the Warrens lived, and the museum itself with all these artifacts. I felt strange earlier, so I think, and I have something going on with my throat now. But yeah, I don't know if Annabelle, that freaks me out. Anybody on camera or out there watching this is a freaky place to me. But we're lucky that we got the opportunity.
Yeah, and you are more sensitive than any of us in the group. So what are you feeling right now?
Those guys told me I'm an empath, Rick and Wade, and it's like, I think in here I felt like, again, that sickness, the feeling of being watched and almost tempted to touch stuff when they're telling you not to do that. So I just think we have to be careful. I mean, that's for me what I'm really concentrating on is I don't really want anything attached to us. And I feel like there is some danger here, spiritual danger and potentially physical danger that follows you home. Like we've heard their stories. So yeah, in the end, I think there's a lot of negativity here.
Without further ado, guys, we are actually not going to begin our investigation in here. Like Elton told us, nobody's ever properly investigated the actual Warren home. So we're going to walk in through the front door, running some devices, and go room to room in there before conducting a session in the den area, the middle of their home, before we move through the basement with the chairs and then ultimately end up in the museum. I mean, it's just crazy to actually look and see this Annabelle. I get an electricity, and it's so creepy, dude. This is actually Annabelle. Oh. God.
Yikes.
Well, you're staring into Annabelle's eyes. It's like the creepiest thing you could ever stare at. Okay, well, let's go. So we're going to walk into the Warrens' home now, and we're going to immediately start rolling. We've got a ton of equipment already set up in there. I'm going to be recording on this voice recorder, which later on we're going to review in case I miss something in the moment. We're all going to turn on our Ovilus devices as well. Maybe just Jeff and I can. And I've got a Italian millimeter. Got this in Italy. And Jeff has got one as well.
And have an EMF meter.
Hitting record. Now. So cool. My name is George. George. Ed. Retaliate. Ed. Lorraine. Anybody else in this home? If it's Ed and Lorraine, you know what we're doing here. Distorted face. If there is someone in here with us, we're here just to talk to you.
Positive.
My name is Colin.
I'm Jeff.
I'm Connor.
My name's Mary.
Is there anyone with us this evening?
Six.
7.
7. 13. 16.
So this is actually the room that Ed Warren died in. Ed? Are you here in this room? I was betrayed. Cat balls going off out there. What did you say?
My remains.
Who is this in here? move towards the noise.
Tell people my story. Contain.
This would have been the room Lorraine died in.
Choice.
Lorraine, are you here with us? Billy? Is Billy with us? Vitality. You're respectful. Thank you. Is this Billy? If it is, you can knock on something or use your voice.
Despair.
Despair. I'm about to press pause on this.
Pearl? Remember that pearl necklace out there that was giant choked?
We're listening. We're listening too. You guys want to ask something?
Ed and Lorraine, if you're here with us, I want to thank you for creating this place for us to come visit. We're really thankful that we get to come visit your old home.
No.
Did you leave any unfinished business? Is there anything that you would like us to do for you?
This is your last chance for now. Say something into the microphone in my hand.
Killer. Well, watched.
I'm the ghost of laziness.
What? Have you ever heard anything like that?
Killer, watch.
Last chance. What's your name?
You must trust us.
Hair of anguish. Cutting.
Torture device. Killer.
Torture device, killer, ghost of laziness, pearl of anguish, pair of anguish, pearls.
Stroke.
Didn't Ed have a stroke?
I think so.
Ed had a stroke.
All right, let's sit down. Haunted. I'm walking around. So when we paused for a second, mine said, be very, very careful. Darkness. I'm walking around. Haunted.
Mine said, hiding, avoid, Oliver, apparition, and walking. So that's kind of similar, Colin. Any spirit that's here, can you just step forward and let us know you're here? Don't disrespect us. We're not disrespecting you. Orb. Children are playing. Jeez. Hello?
Hi. There's a lot of noises.
Yeah.
Could you tell us your name? God. Are you an angel? Yeah. Right when the thing went off. Are you an angel?
Really?
Yeah. What'd that say?
Desolation, rejection, and desolation.
Are you one of the reject?
My name is Iris. Go. Where to? Where do you want us to go?
Did something follow us in from the museum?
Cabinet?
Cabinet.
Or it followed us from something in a cabinet, aka Annabelle's in a cabinet.
Wow. Go.
Where are you?
Also, you can still touch that light, ring the bell, make any of these devices alert if you are a negative spirit. just me making sounds.
Okay.
Were you an angel? Or are you an angel? Dude.
Yes.
You are generous.
What does it say?
Full body chills. And Annabelle.
Annabelle.
Oh.
Yeah.
My hair just all rippled
Oh
on.
my gosh.
And my thing just died. In my arm. On my arm, my thing just died. Right after it said Anne.
Yes.
And cabinet.
And it's an angel, like he's saying. Is this Annabelle? Did you follow us up here? Kidnapped.
How many spirits are in here right now? Don't be stupid.
Don't be stupid.
So when you guys were filming, I was talking to Wade and Rick. And Rick had said that he found when he was young, he found a young child that had been shot and killed. He found him in his neighborhood, which was kind of odd. And I got child on mine just now.
Critics.
There's still a lot of criticism.
We're not critics. We believe in the paranormal.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Are you happy that we believe in the spirit world already? Pressing.
No.
Feel. I wonder if they're like trying to like tell us like they know what is happening with us, like that inhuman spirit. How they know everything about you, what's been happening with you tonight or today. You know, like, are you okay? Are you sick? Or how do you feel? The child, letting us know that maybe he was telling me that story about the child he found that was shot in the head, killed. Instead of, telling us about themselves. They know everything about us.
Yes. Yes.
Is there something you know about Connor that you could let us know that no one would know except for Connor?
Lady? Are you a female spirit? My name is Margaret.
Margaret. Okay.
Hiding.
Well, should we talk to Margaret? Margaret, what do you want us to know about you? Or again, to let us know that you're here, play with one of the devices.
What?
It feels like someone's like squeezing the shit out of my head right now.
Interestingly, one of the
Andrea.
Okay, so this is weird now.
Yeah.
So we got Andrea. So we got Andrea, which is, I know Andrea.
Yeah.
She's been in a video before. She's one of the daughters in the Conjuring family.
Right.
Margaret is one of the daughters from the Enfield poltergeist family.
Okay.
Which is the Conjuring 2.
Weird.
Is this Lorraine? Lorraine, are you here? Are these memories you have that you're trying to share with us?
No. No.
So it's not Lorraine. Are you a human spirit?
I'm buried close by.
Well, I think we're gonna move to another part of the house. Is there somewhere we should go? Open the door. Really?
Go to another room.
Which door should we open? Should we... Are you saying you want us to open Annabelle's door?
Script.
Well, plenty of movie scripts.
Should we go downstairs to the meeting room?
Let's go bring a DR-60 into the museum. And while we're downstairs, let's leave the DR-60 recording and see what we pick up.
That's a good idea.
Alone in the museum. Okay, it definitely feels creepy in here. Alright. So, during this session, when we're in the other room, I'm going to leave this DR-60 recording right next to Annabelle. We'll see what we can pick up. Annabelle, feel free to talk. So right now we are in the basement area of Ed and Lorraine Warren's house. Ed Warren would work at that desk over there, and after cases, this is kind of where the Nesper team would huddle and discuss what they had found and discovered. And interestingly, it said open the door upstairs. We came down, set up a REM pod at the door that leads to the museum. The REM pod started going off.
Sam.
Entry door to the museum.
That's pretty creepy.
But I think we're just escalating in creepiness as we go through this property.
Yeah.
I'm calling out to anybody or any energies here. Demons, angels, human spirits, anybody. If there's somebody here with us, can you please give us a sign?
Almost like rolling across the floor upstairs.
Could, yeah, there's something.
Also, scratching. If you're here with us, can you say your name? Artist.
Well,
Ed.
yeah.
Ed was.
Oh yeah.
And isn't
sure.
his desk
That's
right
his
there?
desk right there.
For sure.
Ed, are you here with us? If I told you that I didn't believe in demons or angels, what would you do to convince me? Go.
Set that upstairs.
Where should we go?
What the f is making noises?
Yeah, behind you.
What's a rubbing?
Where do you want us to go? Do you want us to go into the museum?
Is that a museum?
Upstairs.
Upstairs still.
Are you saying that we shouldn't go into the museum? Tons of noises down here.
Yeah, bunches of little noises.
Could you move something in here? I know that you're powerful. Like slam one of the doors, knock something off of one of the shelves.
What was that?
It's coming from there. In that room. What is that room?
It's like the laundry room. Okay, now I'm getting a stabbing pain in my eye right here.
Really?
It actually just came like all of a sudden behind this eye. Like just seconds ago. When we just walked over into the museum, I got a fucking evil vibe.
Really?
Like a very bad vibe. Totally different than earlier. And I don't...
It's a totally different vibe than here upstairs, too.
This feels like way more spooky, though.
Than upstairs. For sure.
Yeah.
Like, this is like, I'm getting some weird vibes down here. Like, my legs are vibrating.
Yeah. Well, we're so close to the museum. And then think of all the discussions they had on all the cases and just all of that energy still down here.
I don't know. I haven't been, like, creeped out to do a ghost hunt in a very long time. I'm, like, legit kind of, like, freaked out to go into the museum right now. Based on what I just felt in there. You doing okay?
I'm feeling weird as fuck. I started upstairs with like that splitting headache.
Well, it's weird that you have a headache and Colin's got a stabbing pain in his head.
Mine feels like behind my eye. And like something in these rooms gets my sinuses. Like it's so hard to breathe in that room specifically. Like just being in there, like my nose when I was interviewing Elton was just running. And I haven't had that the whole rest of the time.
Remember he said that people have a hard time breathing in there.
Oh yeah, he did say that. That's weird.
So if the bedroom upstairs that is Ed's, but the bed wasn't there before, that was his office?
That's weird. Right when you said, actually get this on camera, right when she said the word before, the word before came on.
Really?
You said that was before, and it went ding, ding, before.
That's strange.
Do you see this? Also, the mother was like predicting that you were about to say that word.
Weird.
Remember they said that that happens, like these spirits know?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
So Ed and Lorraine slept in the other bedroom together. And down here, this was her office.
Alright, before we go into the other room, let's ask a few questions on this. And then we can get into the real meat. You doing okay?
I'm just tired.
Me too.
I'm not really even like tired. I'm just like I'm feeling like something's just like sucking the energy out of me.
Same. I will say though, it's weird. Up there, I felt like I was like really gonna like, ugh. But now that I'm down here, it's like going into that room was like a nuke of energy, where now I'm kind of like,
Yeah, kind of hype.
creep.
It's getting real.
All right, if you're in here and you'll talk with us, will you make a knocking noise like this? Piano.
Oh, the piano. Or the organ. In there.
Look at yeah, that went off. Not happy.
Oh, not happy we're going in there.
Oh look, cat ball behind you, Mom.
And
this one up here.
And that one up there.
Oh, you hear that?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
What was it?
It was a bang.
Old books.
Ed had a lot of books, remember?
Right behind you.
What's gonna happen to us when we walk into the museum?
Annabelle, if you're here, can you just say your name?
Right when you said Annabelle, I just got a stabbing pain. Here.
Was that something that went off upstairs?
Footstep. I mean, at this point, should we just go spend the rest of our time in the museum?
Let's go in there. Let's just get it done with.
Is there anything else you want to do or say before we go in there? Dude, we're just hearing those noises, and then check that out.
Oh my god.
Where is it? Where is
It's in the hallway going to the museum. So let's look at it before we go in.
Okay.
Hello?
Where is it?
It's right here. Oh. I mean, that's creepy as hell. All right, so we're gonna go in right now to the museum. We're gonna go listen to the DR60 and then begin our final investigation of this portion of the building. Here we go. Let's go. Here's the TR-60. Here's Annabelle. Alright.
Kind of creepy.
Kinda.
The devil made me do it.
Oh, do you feel it?
Yeah, it's
There's
colder.
fucking energy in this
I know
room right
something
now.
else too.
Yeah, what's
That
going on?
device over there. Also, look at something's like touching the bulb on top of it.
Let me turn around to look
it
at
stopped.
it. It stops.
Okay, so Obviously, guys, we are in one of the darkest places in America, really, because almost every single item in this room comes from a very famous haunting or demonic infestation. Some of these items in this room are pure evil. And like he said earlier, they believe there are at least 5 inhuman spirits that call this room home because they're attached to these objects.
No.
Are there more than 5 spirits that are inhuman in here?
Jeez,
right when I said that. Can I film that, Mom? Right when I said that. Are you over there by that dinosaur? Are there any other spirits in here?
Oh, did you hear that? What? It sounded like feet shuffling.
Alright, first of all, let's listen to this Annabelle recording. We got 2 minutes of audio here.
Yes.
Ooh.
Jesus,
I have a chill all up my arm. You guys ready? This is the Annabelle DR60.
No.
Annabelle! Annabelle! Did you hear that? Annabelle! Listen, repeat.
Oh.
Right there again. Listen again. It says it twice.
That's shocking.
So keep in mind, listen for a sec. Just sit.
No.
It is completely silent in here, so all of those voices and noises were caught when nobody was in the room. And it was sitting right in front of Annabelle. So people online, I encourage you, if you have interpretations of what that sound was, or those voices, please let us know. But clearly, there is someone or something in here tonight. Literally, like 5 minutes after coming in here, my fucking nose starts running.
There's
Like
something
crazy. At the end of the night, I want to leave this running one more time and just let it go all night and see what I can find. So, this right here is like a dual port, like the one that we have. What was that one? That was a REM pod somewhere. Over there again, by the T-Rex. I'm going to turn this on. It's basically like a dual port like the one that we have. It's just a giant version of that. So guys, why don't we ask? We know that there are things in this room. Maybe people. Can you let us know who those people are? Or where you are? Or what you are? Jesus. That scared me. Oh, shit. Oh, over there. It's letting us know.
Yes. Yes.
Just think about how much more active this room is.
I know.
Holy moly.
Who's here with us right now?
The f*** this doll's looking at me.
Yeah, well, this one's looking at me.
This one's eye like follows you.
Ed or Lorraine, are you protecting us right now?
Yes.
Are you glad that we had him pray for us and use the holy water?
God, that thing freaking gets me, man. I keep forgetting it's on. Annabelle, can you move at all?
What would you do if she just fell over?
I just want you to, I want to see you just move a little bit.
I was thinking, what if Annabelle like busted out of that case and just like ran at you?
I'd be scared.
Pentagram below. What the?
End where you begin.
And where you begin?
And where you begin.
Well, this is, we began here tonight, now we're ending here.
Someone gonna try to end us in here?
Could you make a noise or? I don't like the timing of that. Can you make a? That's so weird. That was a noise, dude. Can you make a noise?
Right, yeah.
It's so weird in this room. It's like all of these dolls and the masks, like you just glance at them, and it seems like everything moves. Like
it watches the fire.
And then he was talking about
That's that doll right there.
Fire doll.
That's interesting because you got Tug standing like right there when we were talking about the burn doll. Can you move something in here to prove how strong you are? We hear the crying below. Pentagram below.
Annabelle, do you like the idea that burn doll is in your house? Do you want
I
it?
think Annabelle likes her house.
But do you not want the burn doll in there? It's smiling.
Yeah, it is smiling.
Like chills.
Kind of twitch my scalp. That's kind of weird.
Are you touching Jeff right now?
Put my scalp over here. Did you touch my scalp? Somebody?
I would love if one of you could make a noise or move something in here. Can you do that?
It's like colder in here. For me, all of a sudden I got really cold.
Quiet. But just like super creepy all of a sudden. Just kind of like something evil. Is there something here that we need to watch out for? Something trying to hurt us?
There's no warning.
It's always dark in here. There's no windows.
Or one of us isn't gonna make it to the morning.
I keep thinking that Annabelle, the movie doll, is gonna like turn its head towards me. And it's super creepy too. Even though it's a prop.
It looks creepy as hell on this night vision.
Annabelle, do you believe in God?
Yes. Yes.
Are you afraid of God?
Come on, Annabelle, move.
She moves?
I don't see her moving.
Can you move her blouse? Or her hair? Just a little bit.
It's kind of big.
Looks like she's breathing. If you look at her blouse. God, if that thing moved, I don't even know how I could handle that.
Should we walk a little loop? Check out the other items before we do a little more on the Estes? Yeah, Mom, maybe you can go grab the Polaroids right now.
Shit, I needed a coat.
Dad can come with me.
Want to go with you?
This thing is creepy as hell.
Shadow doll, are you here? It's tapping on the glass. Can you tap on the glass?
Yes. 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 No. No.
Dude, this is so crazy. Look at this. Watch the thing going off at the same time the static is hitting. Do you see that? Look at the static ball behind it tapping at the same time as the REM pod. Do you see that?
I'm feeling really weird right now. Oh my god. Let's do this shit.
Go away.
Oh, hell. What the f? Do you fear God?
Oh. This thing's case keeps tapping. Is there something attached to this dinosaur that's here with us? God damn, this gotta be one of the creepiest spots I've ever visited. Right here in this corner, all my hair's on end. There's something over here. I mean, it's picking it up, but...
Are you connected to this dinosaur?
Oh, I got a ring in my ear. Something's about to happen. Move something in here. Please. You can move anything. Just prove to us how strong you are. Very uncomfortable.
Very.
You can even move one of these little rocks, a card. You can even turn off a light. That would count. Just bang on something. God damn, this Annabelle is creepy as shit, bro. The movie one? Like, dude, just imagine that thing fucking chasing after you or some shit. You know, I never really thought in the movies like Annabelle was that creepy. But now that I'm like here with the real Annabelle and the movie Annabelle's here, I'm understanding it. Here's the Conjuring.
I never felt so uneasy.
Me either. Here's the mirror from the newest Conjuring film. If you're attached to this mirror, show yourself to me right now.
Yes.
All right, go right ahead. I'm looking for you. Oh, hell no, that's a bad idea. Actually, do it again. F*** it.
Can you whistle back?
Yes.
Right when you guys walked in, it just said yes.
Really? That killed me again.
You okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk around and take some Polaroids.
Okay.
This is the mirror that in the newest Conjuring film you can see.
What's that?
It's your SOS.
Yeah, but what? From what?
I don't know.
Weird.
It's not really that. Why is it doing that?
What the
is that?
It's never done that before?
Oh, no. No, never. What the hell?
That's creepy.
Okay, what do you do with that? Oh. What the hell?
Can you turn it off and on? Or?
Can you turn the volume down?
Oh, it's like getting through a voice there. Did you hear that where I hit it?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? There's nothing I've ever done different.
Okay. Anyways, that was...
Like there's something like hanging on my back.
What the hell?
To finish, this is the mirror that you see in the new Conjuring film. Apparently the guy who originally had this mirror was trying to see the other side, and he went mad staring and eventually began to see, and they claim that he broke through and that this thing is like some big portal.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes.
Yes. And I'm getting full on goosebumps standing right here.
Dude, we got 2 figures here already.
One sec. Once again, show yourself to me. I'm looking at you.
Mary, do you want to just grab this? Show you? Just look at that. Just started. That's right below. Oh my gosh. Oh. Can you guys come out and show yourself?
Yeah, don't send this to
here's another one, Mary.
Okay.
Mary, here's on top of the case. Don't go in front of the camera, though. Come to the side, over here. Right here.
No.
Look at, this is just making a sweep.
No.
See it on the top? Sitting on top of the case with that toy, and this is where this thing's going off.
You seen something over there?
Yeah. Oh, it's laying across.
Here, I'll take a picture.
Yeah, it's there. Try to take a picture. Oh, big black orb went right through it.
I got another. Mom, you can't send these to people. Because remember, the story is you take a picture of this and then write the curse on the back. And then the person who finds it, it kills them.
Okay.
So, this could be very dangerous, but this is legitimately... Jeff.
Yeah.
Maybe you should scan this while we take pictures of it.
Okay. Where do you want me to scan?
Yes. This shadow doll.
Okay. Oh, shit.
Because remember the story is that you take a picture and then you write on it and it kills the person who finds it?
This is what I was thinking about. Right? This is the one I was asking about.
Shadow doll, I'm calling on you to show yourself, please. Here we go.
Dangerous picture right there.
Oh, this gave me a chill, man. Okay, show yourself again. Shadows below or something? Oh, let's look at me right in the eyes. Yeah, let's do one more of the shadow doll. Get real close. Yeah. Oh. All right, we're gonna do the Sandy Hook. Say cheese. Oh, you hear that noise?
Oh, there's one on the case here.
In this case. On Annabelle.
Oh, look at
that.
No, it's right here. No, it's this.
No, it's on Annabelle. Look.
What? No. Oh, it's this one. Right in front of me.
It's on the shadow doll.
Yeah,
right after we took its
right
picture. Shadow doll, can you make a noise?
Holy shit.
We can see you.
Covering the whole thing. Why don't you, what else would you do?
Shadow doll, are you trapped in there? Can you knock on the glass?
Can you get up on top? Oh, there's one. Look at. No, that's
Mary.
Yeah. Mary, step to your left. Yeah, it's on there. Look at it.
It looks like it's literally trapped in there.
It's gone.
It's such a bad vibe. Should I do one of the movie doll?
Did you get Annabelle?
I'm about to. Okay. Hey, Annabelle. Say cheese. Oh, God. When it lit up in my eyes. Oh. God damn, that thing's Annabelle, will you let me take your photo? Can I take your picture, Annabelle? All right, Annabelle.
That was really creepy timing.
Sorry. Stay awake. You hear that?
I'm really looking forward to some sleep.
One more. Alright, that's it. What time is it?
It's late.
I know.
Oh,
shit.
We gotta do it. Our Estes.
Yeah, we should do the Estes now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, dude,
That is so
serious?
creepy.
Oh, hell no. Oh my
This wasn't rolling.
There's one behind you.
Are you serious?
It's on the bench.
What bench?
What bench?
Oh wait. Move your right hand out. Oh, it's on you. Somebody needs to film this. It's underneath the Annabelle case on him. You see that?
I warned you.
Look at, he's on you.
Oh, and I just put that thing on there. I never got warned, actually.
Where are you coming from? It's that thing that's making the noise below it. Its legs are in there. Dude, it's on your lap. Can you get off him? Oh, it did. It went away.
Really?
It was right here. All the way on him. And there's Annabelle.
All right.
Your left hand, yeah. Extend it. There's one above you and one, yep. Oh, it's on you. You got that kind of pretty good? Do you feel anything on your arm, Colin? It's wrapping around your arm. And there's one on your right, on your left leg. A small one on your arm.
All right, I'm gonna start this Estes.
Okay, okay.
You can just sit in that chair and keep it on.
They just keep popping up.
Hey everybody, it's Colin here. As you probably know by now, every single week here on the channel, we give away a gift bag to one lucky viewer of the show. To enter the giveaway, it's extremely simple. All you have to do is like today's video, so hit that thumbs up button and comment down in the comment section, Conjuring. You can say, I'm conjuring up a good time, the Conjuring house, the Conjuring movies. You can comment whatever. The comment is what counts. I'm gonna give you 10 seconds to comment and like the video if you wanna join the giveaway. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Anyways, y'all, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for joining our adventure this week. I'm gonna get back to the video, and yeah, stay spooky.
All right, everybody, so to finish out today's episode, I'm going to be doing an Estes method session directly in front of Annabelle and in the middle of the museum. Now, it just warned me that it's behind me. I'm feeling like absolute shit. There's tons of energy in here. We just took all those Polaroids, and I just touched the case. And I put that cross static meter up on there. So, Annabelle, we came here to talk to you. Shadow Doll, T-Rex.
The nurse?
The nurse.
Wasn't the girls who got Annabelle nurses?
Yep.
So please, especially Annabelle, try to talk to us. I've been wanting to talk to you for years. And I'd love to see you move in that case. I don't have the blindfold, so I'm just going to close my eyes.
Annabelle, are you here with us?
Toys. Move them.
How many spirits are in this room with us?
Yes. Yes.
That sound like glasses.
Oh, yeah. Almost 9.
Can you give us a name of someone that's here?
Get out now.
Is there something that wants to hurt us?
You like us?
Addie. Jumped.
Do you fear God?
Yes.
Just kidding. Papa's in hell. Just like that. Papa's in hell.
Who pulled on my shirt earlier? Are you playing with the dinosaur over there?
It was evil.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff in this room
You
was...
bitch.
What was evil? Which one specifically? A bitch, a doll?
Oh! Pull it. Ooh, dude, I'm getting a freaky ass vision of almost like a werewolf type snout that's like that.
There's a bunch of masks. Oh shit.
Dance till you're dead.
Look at that.
I go round.
Why do you like to terrorize
Oh, that
people?
was creepy. It was like very, very slight. Jeff.
Leave. Do you want me to leave?
I'm coming in. I swear I just heard Anna. Always look behind you. The
With
devil.
you forever?
Oh.
No, we don't want that.
No. No.
It's the wrong way.
Are you trying to attach yourself to us?
Already done.
Jeff.
Ooh.
Now I'm getting freaked out.
Did you know that we have protection?
Off.
What did it after? Jeff?
It sounded like Jeff, be kind. Do you like Jeff?
You portly.
I know I need to lose weight, but please.
I'm getting literally this like, dude. Shh. It's literally like almost like American Werewolf in London, like. And I'm seeing these jaws go like this.
Oh.
I'm getting a very, very evilish feeling over here.
You wouldn't be.
Ooh, my whole body is getting a cold chill, dude.
What do you want
Oh,
from Jeff?
it feels like someone's like, oh.
Yeah, I can't
Ugh.
believe I said Jeff.
Yeah.
What do you want from Jeff?
Don't tap me out. I'm fine. Please don't tap me out. I'm fine. Go. Oh man, I feel like somebody is actually wrapping their arms around me.
Are you trying to yourself to Colin now?
I heard the N-word again, dude. Twice.
That's weird.
And I keep hearing like this Gregorian, like, I got tears. I don't know if you can see this. I have tears coming out of my eyes.
You cannot.
Your
enter
wife's
Colin.
dead.
Colin's got a shell of protection on him. Don't even think about it.
Ugh.
You cannot enter him.
Ugh. I'm good. Oh shit. Oh fuck. God damn, dude. Okay, stop doing that.
Keep him in.
Holy f.
What do you want with us?
One by one.
But you need to leave Colin alone.
I have literal tears falling out of my eyes. I don't know if you can see this on camera.
Colin is with...
Girlfriend. You don't got one. Oh, dude, with my elbow sticking out here, I f***ing feel like there's somebody, like, going like this to bite my arm, like, I'm just getting that vibe.
Are you touching Colin?
Oh, okay, this is creepy. Little Bentley.
Oh my gosh. Well, it tries to get to what you love.
Who's affecting Colin? What's your name? Or who are you?
Shut me!
Say again?
Little kitty.
Yes.
Do you not like that
Oh,
we're in
that was
here?
so clear. Dance for me. Oh, I died. All of a sudden, they're very clear voices.
Why can't you move on from this place?
Oh, and then like a...
It doesn't want to.
No.
like sound like that. Oh, dude, I feel, once again, like... I feel like it's a big, tall, like, woman... Like, almost like Are You Afraid of the... Or Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, the pale lady. Like a big, bald, with stringy hair like this, just wrapping her arms around me. Singing. That's the end.
That's frightening.
Oh, dude, this is such a weird fucking session. She called me.
Who is she? What do you want?
They're living.
You want the living? What do you want from us?
Ugh, dude, I'm fucking swear to God, now I'm getting a different thing in my vision. I swear, dude, and it is creeping me the fuck out. I'm seeing, like, to my left, I'm very cold on this side, and I'm seeing, like, a woman, once again, stringy hair, all white eyeballs, except she's leaning right up to my face and smiling like this.
Oh, God.
Like, right here. Ugh, I feel like she's literally right next to me, dude. And I'm in your... Ugh. I swear.
Is this the spirit that's inside of Annabelle? The accident.
Oh, dude, I swear. And now I'm getting the vision and it's going... like, right in my fucking face.
Who is that?
Now I feel it right here. It's almost like a zombie, dude, when I'm getting a vibe of like no skin on the face, white out eyes, stringy hair. And this weird like noise in the Estes.
Lorraine what?
What sounded?
Did Lorraine nodded?
Nodded.
It sounded like it.
Nodded.
That is weird.
Oh, dude, again, you're not gonna like this. Jeff.
We're gonna go to bed here pretty soon.
I swear to God. Very light voice.
Very.
Oh, dude.
We're gonna go to bed here in just a second. Is there any last thing that you want to tell us?
Ugh. Tickle your insides. Like that.
Alright, we're gonna head out. One last chance to tell us
It's almost
something.
like, now what I'm seeing is a woman that is just smiling, but her eyes are like hanging out like a Slinky doll. Or a Slinky. American is what I heard. But Slinky doll eyes that are, she's just going, and the eyes are swinging around.
You don't have any power over us. You're gonna have to stay here and we're gonna leave.
Ugh, now I'm seeing like a mouth that's like up like this, and it's like.
It's not even trying to answer questions.
Ah! Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh.
God damn. Oh my God.
Jeez. Those are all evil. And
I shit you not. What I was seeing, I was like seeing vividly, dude.
that's scary.
God damn.
Oh God.
Jesus.
Jeez. This is like torture.
The thing is just like growling.
Really?
Yeah, just there. I did it before.
God damn, it's so funny. Like, I'm coming out of this, like, that literally just energized me because it was so creepy, and you guys are all like.
It was creepy. Well, just the stuff you were saying about Jeff, me.
This thing said my name. Jeff.
This device? And I heard it twice.
Yeah.
Clearly said my name.
And like right after it said that, you started talking about Jeff.
Yeah.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
Did anything else match up that I said? God damn.
Oh, it said Lorraine nodded.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Like yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good
I have
God.
to see what you. I don't know what was asked or what he answered. Or be interesting.
Freaky ass night.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Alright.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go to bed.
Wow. We can get everything tomorrow.
Yeah. I think I saw you, Annabelle.
I hope not.
Yeah, she said she's gonna tickle Jeff's insides.
Oh yeah, I heard that. God damn, dude.
Yeah,
Alright,
yeah.
Jesus, God, whoever's up there, whatever's
Let's
up
go
there.
to the sanctuary.
Should probably go there tonight and get this off of us.
To end today's video, as always, you guys know we like to come pay our respects to those who we investigate during these episodes because, as you all know, these are real stories, real lives, real people who are now passed on, whose stories we try to tell on this channel and consistently through videos. And so just right over there, a very, very short drive from here, is actually Ed and Lorraine's house and their museum, and we have come now to finish out our journey at their graves. So as you can see, we're at a very small cemetery here in Monroe, Connecticut, and this is the grave of Ed and Lorraine Warren. Kind of crazy to see. What are your thoughts?
Well, I guess it's interesting how the gravestone is modern black kind of compared to all the old here, and seeing the Virgin Mary right there obviously shows that they were believers in that, in a higher spirit. But yeah, I mean, it's surreal to be standing here again. You know, it's just like you said, real people. They lived a full life, and it's just such a different memorial in the midst of all these old tombstones. So it kind of stood out to me.
It is really cool. I mean, this whole experience that we've been able to have, but it's also really cool to see that people are coming and leaving their respects here with them. I mean, you have to think about it. These two helped thousands of people with terrible things that were happening to them, and they lived a fairly simple life. So, I mean, it's an honor to be able to come here and pay respect to them for all the help that they gave to people they didn't even know in this world. So it's really cool.
Yeah, I think it's just really cool to see where they lived, where they worked, and now where they rest. It's just kind of makes it full circle and makes it real. That they weren't just these movie characters that you see. They were real people that helped a lot of people, like Connor said. So yeah, it's just really interesting and just, yeah, a little bit sad, but nice that, yeah, so many people leave things for them. There are more fresh flowers and
a lot of tributes to them. Well, Ed and Lorraine, it's kind of crazy to think that they're right here. I've talked about it before, but when I was like in high school, I read all their books, and then you see the Conjuring movies, and you go to the Conjuring house, and you talk so much about these two, and then they're just right here. It's kind of just weird to imagine. But Ed and Lorraine, if you guys can hear us, maybe you can. Maybe you're wherever you go when you die. You're not here. But thank you for what you did for the paranormal, because without you guys, we wouldn't be here. And we just hope you're at peace, finally. After battling demons and darkness, your house is in good hands, and the museum's in good hands. And yeah, thanks. I'll break off a little flower. Well, guys, we are officially done with one of the craziest episodes that we've ever filmed, and we're truly thankful to be able to do this, and it's because of you guys online who have watched these videos for over 10 years, who have joined us on our own paranormal journey. And yeah, it really has been a journey. It's full circle. Like, I remember when I was saying last night when we watched The Conjuring, and we thought, oh, it'd be crazy to investigate that house. And now we investigated it years ago when we watched the movies and thought, man, it'd be crazy to see Annabelle. We've done it. So this was like a bucket list, huge moment, full circle sort of thing. And everybody's on their own journeys in life, paranormal and plenty of other types of journeys along the way, but this is really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Any final
words?
words?
This doesn't mean that we're done ghost hunting.
No.
Well, the journey continues.
The journey's just begun. Well, thank you guys for watching. We love each and every one of you. And as always, stay spooky! Okay, we haven't done one of those in a while.
No,
felt good. Let us know in the chat if you want more Stay Spookies.
Good, bro.
As you know, we all live, and eventually, we all die. Now, no matter what you thought of the Warrens and their work, you can't say that they didn't have a profound impact on our cultural thoughts about the afterlife. And to many people, they gave them hope. They gave them hope that something bigger, something better was out there. And I'd like to believe that there is something out there too. This was an experience I'll never forget, and a memory that I'll cherish my entire life.